but I'm not 100% certain what it is yet because I just started up my stream and my background looks very strange. And I did not do that. So, before we get started, let's see if we can figure out if this is broken. Because this is very strange. And I don't know why it's doing this. Images. Select. It's the colors are all flipped around and I don't know why. This is unusual. I'm kind of liking it. I'm going to pretend like it's because I'm special and I hit 200 followers. Yay me. But I really have no clue. And I'm concerned that when I start my stream, my actual game is going to have like the colors fucked up or something because of that. I don't really know. But yeah, I guess we'll find out, won't we? Because I have no damn clue. So I want to get everything started. Tonight, we are going to be streaming VoltAge Genesis, which is a game made by yours truly. It was not the first indie game I ever made or published or whatever, but it is the first one that I'm actually like somewhat proud of. I spent roughly 4 years working on it, mostly on weekends. So basically, like every Saturday, at little bits here and there, but every Saturday I'd spend like 6 or 8 hours in the morning working on it. A little bit on Sunday. There were times when I wanted to meet a release date, for an update or whatever, and I might take 2 or 3 days off of work to work on it. But for the most part, it was like my weekend thing for the last 4 years, which is longer than I have known the woman I just bought a house with. So a little bit of a time commitment there. But we're gonna be playing it. We are gonna be playing it. I just wanted to get everything up, and I do have to warn you that once we start, because this is an RPG Maker game, RPG Maker is really freaking weird when you try to record stuff. So once we start, I am not going to be able to do show and tells tonight, unfortunately, because the only way I can do this game is I have to have it just capture everything on my screen. It's not doing that right now because I don't want it to do it yet, but I don't want people seeing all my personal business because I'm flipping back and forth for show and tells and things like that. So unfortunately, I am deactivating the pickle sippies because I have no pickle juice, show and tell, and I am deactivating the cats because honestly, Hobbs is in kind of a shitty mood today, and Momo is sleepy. I keep coming up with reasons why I'm not doing the cats, but really, Hobbs has had some. He's old. He's had some issues today, and we've had company over, so I think that put him in a foul mood. So yeah, but no show and tells, no none of that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go close my door. And then we're going to play. He doesn't have attitude problems. He has I'm literally older than all the cats combined problems. And they don't quite realize that he's the one that runs this shit. So, every once in a while, like every 2 or 3 days, he has to go street cat mode on him. So, anyway, I will have ask a question about anything, ask a question about video games, and because I do have unique insider knowledge about this game, yeah, he did snap at Link for no reason. The reason was, get the fuck out of my face, I'm getting petted. And Link's like, I'm nowhere near you. He's like, if you weren't near me, I wouldn't be able to scratch your ass. And that's pretty much how that exchange went. So, anyway. She does have an attitude, it's true. The cats spend most of their time with her, and that's why they act like her. So, anyway, what I was saying is I am open to questions about the game because I know everything about it. I know probably, anyway, here we go. Oh wait, no, it's not ready yet. No, turn off, because I want the intro to pop up. Okay, so we're gonna have this here. We're gonna have this here. We are gonna set to full screen, entire screen. So you're gonna see the never-ending mirrors for a moment. So just bear with me. I don't know why that's such a visually pleasing effect, but anyway. So this is VoltAge Genesis version 7.1.3, brought to you by Golden Fish Entertainment. Mwahahahaha. Journeys begin and end. The story does not. It is I bought the picture online type thing. I couldn't find something that I really liked, so I watched one guy do a review of this, and as soon as it turned on, he was like, "Oh, it's one of these." So, anyway, here we go. Feel free to chat. I do have my phone up. Welcome, Zyfel, by the way. Thank you for popping in. You are a true champion, sir. You have been a reliable viewer since Thursday night. It's Thursday night and Friday morning and Friday night, and so on and so forth. So, without further ado, here we go into VoltAge Genesis. And I know that the field of rolling text is looked upon poorly in game design, but sometimes that's the only way you can quickly impart what's going on. So, in the year 9178 PF, the nations of Marema and Garen embarked upon the greatest joint military operation in recorded history, the Reclamation. 21 years later, it is just days before the signing of the Reclamation Act, a bill which guarantees land ownership to anybody willing to finish the work begun 2 decades earlier. Wow, Bridget, you weren't kidding. This place is great. I knew you'd like it. We just need to do a quick sweep to make sure there are no other squatters living here, and when they sign the Reclamation Act, we'll have our very own town. It'll be so cool. Okay. Looks like most of the good stuff is gone. Wait, what's this? You got weak battery. Also, just keep in mind that I am, by and large, my own main bug tester. So as the game progresses, if we do run into any bugs, the last update came out about 3 months ago, and I haven't had anybody complain. But I'm already seeing a bug right here that I need to fix. So I will actually take some notes, and then I can fix it as we go, or later on. So I meant to grab a pen before and I forgot. But I am my own bug tester, and I will always fix a bug I see, no matter how small. So, trees in prologue mansion. So, again, forgive me if there's any bugs. I have done my best, but I've played the game all the way to the end like 40 times, and that's pretty much it. It's bug killing time. So, scrap metal. So it's just an abandoned town. Pile of old trash. Wait, what's this? Snack food. Pile of trash blocks the door. Looks like the inside has been completely ransacked. Just a pile of old trash. The water here, it doesn't seem to be irradiated. The inscription is too worn to make out. I really hope I don't load this up and find some major game-breaking bug like immediately. I'd be so embarrassed. Most of the good stuff is gone. Scrap metal. So as you play, you'll see different types of debris on the ground. And sometimes the piles of the little bags of like plastic bags and stuff, the piles of bags will give you treasure, sometimes not. Generally, this is the icon used for like broken machines or piles of scrap metal. You can pretty much guarantee you'll always get at least a piece of scrap metal from this. So we've got Nolan, who is a level 5 adventurer, and Bridget, who is a level 5 specialist. An experienced scaver who travels the Deadlands with Bridget in search of valuable loot to sell. He's got resistances here. He is partially resistant to silence and confuse and has a 5% resistance to everything else. He's like half resistant. So the reason he's got a huge resistance to silence and confusion is because it's his racial resistance. And then the other resistances come from the gear that he's wearing. Attributes, he's got a 6% crit chance, 6% evasion chance, 0.5% crit evasion, 1% magic evasion, 0.4% chance to counterattack. And then, and he's got some skills and things. These ones that don't have icons are passives, so they will not show up in battle. Anything that shows up below the passives is an ability that you get from a piece of gear. So Nolan's weapon is a shovel right now. So, you know, shovels are good for picking up dirt and tossing it somewhere. So he's got throw sand, is his skill. Bridget has Fortify, Inspire. Her passive is nice. I'm not going to lie, when I read the first part of that, the word choice you had, Calrea, made me think something was wrong, and I got a little worried I was going to have to kick the shit out of one of the cats. Because nobody fucks with Momo. She's got Fortify and Inspire, which are buff abilities that also lightly heal an organic target. And her passive is Morale Booster. So her support skills, any normal buffing skills that she learns will naturally also heal the target. Other characters that learn these abilities will not heal when they use them. She's also got a 50% resistance to silence and confuse, and she's got a flashlight as her weapon, so she's got she can shine the light in the enemy's eyes to blind them. This mouse, or the mouse that she had, it was not a real mouse, it was a toy mouse. Just so we're clear, we don't have, well, we have vermin, but their names are Dennis and Link. We don't have, like, mouse vermin. Anyway, Bridget is a young woman with a cheery, optimistic demeanor who travels the wastes with Nolan in search of adventure. So, items. Okay. Onwards. You poke through the trash. Wait, what's this? You got a weak battery. You poke through the trash, but there's nothing worth taking. You poke through the trash, nothing worth it. Most of the good stuff is gone. You got scrap metal. Alright, so the first, I mean, it seems pretty obvious, but you kind of gotta search this. If you don't search this now, you will not get this key item later. So, a skeleton. It looks like it's been here for a while. Huh? What's this? You got bloody dog tags. A bloody set of dog tags which bear the name of the soldier who died in Pedregal Springs. Anything in here? Gross. Better leave that closed. Cleaning supplies and expired food. You found 1 water, 1 box of snacks. So, secret dev knowledge number 1, super secret, it's fake. Wait, what's this? You got silver ring. It's empty. It's empty. It's empty. So that's important. So the silver ring is a dev item that I just decided to leave in the game because I don't know how many people actually found it to begin with. But it's a plain silver ring used by the dev to avoid monsters. How did you get this, anyway? So that's basically your oh shit, I can't be in any fights right now item. Sure is dark down here. Good thing you brought that flashlight. Maybe, but I still don't like how dark it is. Maybe we can find a way to turn the lights back on? Now, yes, the lights go through the wall. I'm sorry, I didn't make the plug-in. I had people complain about that. It's like, what do you want from me? It's something that somebody made for me for free. It works. There's only a couple of places that it happens. One of them just happens to be at the very beginning of the game. It's locked. I'll need to keep a lookout for a crowbar or something to pry this open. It's locked. It's empty. It's fake. Anything in here? You found an old revolver. It may be old, but it still shoots. So this will increase my agility, but it'll also cut my attack pretty significantly. It's a pretty busted ass gun. There's something in the vent just out of reach. Huh. I could take this vent cover off if I had a screwdriver. So one of the things about this game is that there's a grand total of something like 190 weapons in the game, and one of the weapon types you can get are tools, which can be one-handed or two-handed. Bridget can use one-handed tools in battle. Nolan can use any tool in battle. But in addition, of the 10 tools that you can use, I think like 8 of them, I'd have to go back and like actually look at the list because there may be a couple extras that snuck in. 7 or 8 of them have an on-screen effect that you can also do. So you need to, like, when you find them, hold on to them so that you can manipulate the environment in different ways. There's a message on the screen. Lockdown timed out. Press any key to reset a system. Push a button. System reset successful. Security lockdown ended. Hey, that did it. Nice. Let's look around a bit more. It says danger, but I laugh in the face of danger. Looks like an industrial Volt storage unit. There are dozens of electrical lines running from the pillar to the storage unit. A soft glow seems to fill the air around the ancient stone tablet. You think you can make out words, but when you try to decipher them, your eyes begin to water, and you are forced to look away. Looks like this computer still has power. Calrea, if you're willing to do me a huge favor, I meant to text the Saga and Divide by Zero to let them know I was going to be streaming this, and I forgot to do it. The Saga I'm not so worried about because they probably won't jump in, but would you be willing to text Divide and tell him, A, that we're going to start around 2 tomorrow, and B, that I'm streaming VoltAge Genesis? And if you could do that, I would greatly appreciate it. Looks like this computer still has power. Investigate. Security lockdown ended. System primed. Run Genesis attempt? Y or N? Yeah, let's do it. Starting Genesis attempt 603. Genesis attempt 603 failed. Warning, external power reserves have been depleted. Insufficient power to run Genesis attempt 604. I'm telling you, Ion, that was no tremor. Someone is down here messing around. I told you I believe you, Vance. I'm coming with you, aren't I? There's a difference between believing someone and wanting to prove them wrong. It looks like Vance was right. There were a couple of rats scurrying around. Who is that? It doesn't matter who we are. It's the end of the line for you. No, wait. Thank you so much. Uh-oh. Be gone from this place, whoever you are. We gotta get out of here. So now, before anybody judges me, yes, the text there, the dialogue is very choppy and rudimentary, but I promise you it's not because I'm a bad writer. There's a reason for it. And if we actually stick through this long enough, you will find out why. I'm not going to talk any more about it, but I will tell you that the weirdness of that dialogue will make sense one day. I'll get it. This is Calrea's favorite character right here. Can I help you? Good afternoon. My name is Alan, and it's good to meet you both. I hope you'll forgive my abruptness, but would you happen to have any old books? Old books? I'm part of a group that hopes to preserve artifacts and knowledge from the past, and I was hoping to purchase any books you may have. Yeah, sure. We have a bunch of books that were here before we moved in. I'm sorry, but these aren't the kind of books I'm looking for. I was hoping for something a bit more substantive. Well, we were actually planning to clear out another house today. If you want, you can tag along. Really? Oh, that would be excellent. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I don't think I asked your names. I'm Nolan, and this is Bridget. Hello. We'll need a few minutes to get ready. Nolan and Bridget gathered their things and prepared to head out with Alan. Okay, ready to go? Absolutely. Just follow our lead and be careful. Alan joined the party. We're heading to the north end of town. It's the last house on the left. After you. A rare B-type with kinetic abilities. Beneath the jovial smile is an unyielding warrior spirit. Alan is a level 5 kineticist. As a B-type, he has a racial resistance to poison and blind. And he starts out knowing Pyro and Geo. His passive is Savage Focus. Alan is still a B-type after all. Physical attacks restore a small percentage of AP. So Alan's thing is he's basically like your black mage. As a B-type, B-types have a higher than normal physical attack and physical defense and HP. So they tend to be physical fighters. But in this case, Alan is a kinesis user, which is like black magic. He uses psychokinesis. So he's got a lot of really powerful abilities that you unlock later on, but unfortunately his AP kind of lags behind a bit. So the way that's balanced out is he has a passive ability where when he deals physical damage, he gets AP back. So with him, instead of being able to just hammer over and over and over with your highest attack spell, you need to actually be cognizant of your AP usage with him and basically use AP for spells when it's important to do so, and then the other times focus on physical attacks so you can get his mana bar back up. So we're at north end of town, last house on the left. Everybody ready? Alan, when we open the door, the creatures inside will probably attack immediately. Don't worry about me, I'm ready. A sludge. This should be easy. The simplest way to defeat foes is to attack them. The character will use their weapon to deal physical damage. The type varies by weapon, slash, crush, etc. He dead. 50 XP and a cytoplasm. Look out, another one. This is on rails right now so that you kind of figure out how the fighting works. A barrel sludge. These guys are tough. Weapons won't deal as much damage to them. So every RPG has to have a slime, right? Like that's kind of the rule. For these games, for VoltAge, the sludges are basically amoeba that got irradiated and they got really big. The barrel sludges are actually using radioactive barrels as shells, so they're like snails, as opposed to the other ones, which are like slugs. A barrel sludge, these guys are tough, weapons won't deal as much damage to them. Many enemies will resist certain damage types. Experiment to determine what types of damage are the most effective. Please, allow me. Cytoplasm, scrap metal, and a nucleus. Nice. Whoa, you didn't tell us you could use kinesis attacks. Well, I don't like to brag. Most characters can use special abilities which can have a number of effects. Some can heal or bolster the party's abilities, while others can deal heavy damage. Wait, do you hear that? A death wasp! Watch out for the stinger! Most enemies have at least one unique form of attack. The death wasp's sting can cause poison and will cause others of its kind to focus their attacks on the target. Don't let yourself get overwhelmed. And she kills him. Wasp, stinger, insect wing. Nice. Everyone alright? Here, have a snack. Eating and drinking will restore the party's HP or AP. Medical supplies offer more potent healing, and some types of food will restore both HP and AP at once. Well, that was invigorating. Shall we head in? Nolan, Bridget, and Alan searched the house carefully and found several books Alan wanted. Well, that wasn't too bad, thanks to Alan's help. Please, I hardly did anything at all, but I must thank you for allowing me to accompany you. Several of the texts we found will be quite useful. Well, what are you going to do now? Have anywhere else you plan to check out around here? I had thought of traveling east to the ruins of Estancia, or perhaps heading to Tecamlo in the south. What? I wouldn't do that if I were you. If you go much further east, you'll pass the far limits of where the Reclamation Army went. The monsters are way stronger out there. And if you go south, you'll end up in the Steel Legion's territory. They patrol all along the South Road, and they aren't too fond of outsiders. I had no idea that the Steel Legion had taken such an interest in the Deadlands, and to think if I hadn't stopped here before pushing to the east. Sting. Well then, since it seems I can't venture any further into the wastes on my own, may I stay here for the time being? I would love the opportunity to study the books we recovered, and I would be more than happy to help out around the town. Sure, that's fine with us. We were hoping to invite more people out here anyway. Excellent. I'll gather my things and get settled in then. Terribly sorry, I almost forgot. Here's your pay for the books we found. I do hope 500 volts per book will suffice. Yeah, that's totally fine. Alan gave you 2,000 volts. If you find any more unusual texts, please be sure to let me know. Alan has left the party. 2,000 volts? For a bunch of books? I know! Now that we have some funds, we can head to New Panavento for supplies. And while we're there, we'll ask around to see if anyone wants to move out here. I'm gonna grab a bite to eat. We can head out in a few. Meet me at the town entrance? Will do. As you journey across Marema, you will meet many new allies. They will enter and leave your party based on your active quest and their affinity for you. While you are in Pedregal Springs, your allies will go about their business in town. But don't worry, all active party members will meet you outside of town when it is time to leave. Okay, turn around and go right back in the house. Save file. Just a pile of junk. You got a screwdriver. This should come in handy. Better hold on to it. I'm just going to grab a bite to eat. We can leave town whenever you're ready. Having an extra weapon can't hurt, and we can save this food for later. You got kitchen knife, homegrown veggies ×2. We're going to immediately equip Bridget with the kitchen knife, which is slightly weaker in terms of physical damage, but it also makes her magic damage go up by 10 points, which isn't a lot, but it's a lot for her right now. And her M focus, her mental focus ability, is what affects how much healing you get from her her buffs. So it's definitely important, if you want her to be doing healing for the party, to have her with a decent M focus. It's locked up tight. So in the past year, Bridget and Nolan have been busy. They've cleaned up. The grass is growing again. There's some people that have moved into town. It's a monument to an unknown Elohim. It's incredibly old, but most of it can still be made out. I know Bridget worked really hard to clean this up, but I'm not really the praying type. Hello, want to buy some produce for the road? So right now, all she sells is homegrown veggies, which heal a little bit of HP and AP. This is one of the things I'm really not happy about, is this box right here for healing items, because it doesn't really tell you what these things are. But I like the way it's laid out, because this is a plug-in. For people who don't know, RPG Maker, a lot of the stuff you do in RPG Maker is just made using plugins. People that can work in C++ will type extensions and extra code for the game, and then you drop it in where it goes, and it does a thing. So in this case, it does a thing where it changes all your shop menus, and the item menu is not great. However, the change is extremely useful in the weapons and armor menus. So it's one of those things where the original, like the preset menus for shopping for items was good, but the weapons and armor was garbo. And now with this setup, you can see like how much it'll change the character's stats and who can wear what and that kind of thing. So I kind of had to make a hard decision there on what I wanted to do in terms of the menu. Hey, Bobby. I just wanted to thank you again for letting my family move out here. It's everything we dreamed of. As I'm sure you can see, the garden is doing great. We even have some extra space if we want to grow more crops in the future. Speaking of which, I've heard that certain types of cave mushrooms can be very nutritious. Given the chance, I'd like to try growing some. If you find any, could you bring me one? Sure, buddy. The gardener's brother lives here. Thanks again for letting us live here. I'll patrol day and night to keep any dangerous creatures out. Cool. Just an empty desk, huh? Weak battery times 2. We must have missed these when we were moving everything around. So all this stuff we've already searched, but now because we have a screwdriver, we can remove the vent cover using the screwdriver? Yes. You found Dusty Key. A dusty key found in the ventilation system of the lab in Pedregal Springs. Have to just hold on to that for later, won't we? Hey, another chatter. Divide by 0. Hello, my friend. That's okay. So I had to get Calrea to text you. I saw that you had texted me right as I was getting ready to start. And then in the hustle and bustle of getting everything ready, I meant to message you and then I forgot. Hello there. What's this? You got firewater times 1. Looks like it's password protected. What's this? There's an old scrap of paper hidden under the mat. You got manager's password. Now don't get excited. This is something that actually caused no shortage of rage for Calrea. The manager's password doesn't really do anything. I was going to have some extra stuff like lore hidden on the computer, but I decided not to. But the key item is still a great reference to another RPG from yesteryear. A small scrap of paper found in the second floor office in Pedregal Springs. It reads, "The world is square." So, if anybody can remember "The world is square," please throw it out there. Otherwise, I will say something about it in a minute. I want to see if anybody else remembers "The world is square." That's all we can really do right now. Pile of trash blocks the door. Looks like the inside has been completely ransacked. Alright, well, let's head on out of town and head to New Panavento. Okay, Nolan, all set. Let's head west to New Panavento. Sounds good. We should probably stick to the road to avoid trouble from any animals or dead-handers that may be around. As you journey across the Deadlands and beyond, you will find that the enemies you encounter may vary in level drastically, depending on where you are when you encounter them. As a rule of thumb, remember, as you head farther east or south of this point, enemies will grow stronger. Enemies found in forests, caves, or ruins tend to be stronger than those in the plains, and avoid blast zones. Gunshots! Sounds like someone's in trouble. Run, kids. Dad! Not so fast! So now this is our first actual battle we get to participate in. And of course it's a boss. Gregory. So we've got 2 new party members have joined us for this battle. The first one is Gregory, and he's got a kinesis attack called Umbra, and he can heal HP and restore minor ailments. So we're going to bap him with Umbra. And then Neela, and Neela has an ability called Eye for Detail, Raise, and Weaken. We'll try to weaken him, see if it works. Yes. Lance. So he's inflicted bleed on Gregory. He's weak against dark. As you can see down here, the question marks tells you that the enemy is weak to 3 different things. And this is the icon for dark. So now we know he's weak to dark. Yay us. See if we can fillet him. And we'll have her use Eye for Detail. Alright. Well, that doesn't give us a whole lot of information, does it? But since you've got the dev with you, the little white symbol is holy or light abilities, and this weird black smog thing is machine damage. So there are 9 elements of damage in the game. There's fire, ice, and lightning. And then there's earth, water, and wind. And then there's holy, dark, and machine. And then there's 3 physical elements, which are slash, pierce, and crush. So each of those things is like a circle of its own. So like fire is strong against ice, is strong against lightning, is strong against... But it's complex. Needlessly complex, I would say. As the developer, I can tell you it's more complicated than it needs to be. Well, that didn't do a whole lot of damage. But that attack down effect has definitely helped us. The blood-fed Dwarian is enraged! Sometimes an enemy will receive a boost during combat. This is called overdrive, and its effects vary from enemy to enemy. If an enemy goes into overdrive, watch out. He's going to block all physical attacks this turn, because he's defending. Two chitin shells and a barbed lance. And Nolan, Bridget, and Gregory all leveled up. Nice. Is everybody alright? Nolan and Bridget quickly escorted the travelers back to Pedregal Springs. I really can't thank you enough for what you did back there. If you hadn't shown up, I'm just glad you were there. Not a problem. We're glad you're safe now. How's your father, Neela? He's doing okay. My mom and brother are keeping an eye on him, but Gregory was able to get him on his feet with a burst. We were definitely lucky to have you there, Gregory. I don't think I've met an A-type before. I'm sorry, A-type? We found Gregory out by the old Panavinto ruins. It seemed like he'd taken a pretty bad knock to the head. We think he got jumped by some dead-handers. Yes. I'm afraid everything before today is a bit of a blur. I see. Basically, being an A-type means you have a really unique set of genes. In your case, it means you can use kinesis and bursts. I see. Don't worry too much about it, Gregory. It's not a bad thing, and it might help you figure out who you are. There aren't too many A-types running around Marema. For a sad reason, I'll tell y'all later if people want to know. You could do an Ask Me a Question and say, why are there no A-types in Marema? And I would be happy to talk about it. That's right. So, Neela, what was your family doing so far east anyway? Oh, right. We had heard there was a new town starting up out this way, and we were hoping to check it out. Really? I didn't think anybody really knew we were out here. I think there's one that's just ask a question about video games that you could have redeemed instead, Zyphel. So I'll give you 3 questions. I will give you 3 questions about VoltAge, unless you actually wanted to ask a question about something not related to video games. Why no A-type? So very briefly, the backstory of the country we're in, they were involved in a Cold War with another country to the north called Garen. And about 100 years ago, Garen suddenly just nuked the shit out of Marema. And you're going to see, when you look at the world map, you're going to see that it's like a very clearly delineated circle. The desert, the Deadlands. It's basically a radiated wasteland. And the circle basically shows you what the range of Garen's missiles were during the war. So 100 years go by, and Garen and Marema patch things up, and they agree to Garen basically agrees to lend Marema some soldiers to try to help them reclaim part of the Deadlands. So, because essentially there's like a serious population issue because there's only a couple of towns that weren't affected by the war, and everybody that survived is just crammed into those areas. So like when we get to the capital city, you're going to see there's like a city, and then there's a refugee camp that's like all the way around the outside of it. Well, when the reclamation got kicked off, the Moravian government, as part of its push to like meet the troop commitments, were going around drafting people. And because A-type, basically you've got different types. You've got humans, which are normal people. And then you've got B-types, which are your beast types, and they're very physically powerful. You've got C-types, which can manipulate radiation and heal people with that radiation, but they're very frail and physically weak and sickly. And then you've got D-types, which are your demon types, and D-types are kind of quick and agile, and they have a really high affinity for kinesis abilities. Well, A-types are basically whenever 2 of the other types crossbreed. So like a D and a C, a B and a D, something like that. Because of their unique genetics and their unique abilities, A-types were very, very strongly pushed in the drafting for the reclamation. They had a really, really, really high recruitment rate, and then most of them got killed during the reclamation. It was a total disaster. We're going to find out a lot about that in the conversations and the lore of the game, but essentially the reclamation did not go well. And as a result, the vast majority of the Moravian military were killed. So, because most of the A-types that were of age ended up getting drafted, most of the A-types that were of age got killed. Yeah, sure, absolutely. Save them. The game is 25 hours long. I'm sure at some point something will come up you want to know about. Really? I didn't think anybody knew we were out here. No, this was a smaller farm. Just a couple of families from Kaluna trying to make a go of it out in the Deadlands. But honestly, this place seems way better. Do you think we could stay here? If not for good, at least until my dad recovers? Sure, Neela. We'd be more than happy to have your family here. Great, I'll go tell my family. I should change that to say, great, I'll go tell them. Well, what about me? This is Calrea's favorite character. She loves Gregory. I think you should stick with us, Gregory. We were on the way to New Panavento when we ran into you guys. Maybe someone there knows you. Makes sense. Neela did say they found him out by the ruins. New Panavento is the only town for miles around, so he has to have passed through, right? All right, I'll go with you then. I hope I won't be too much of a burden. Gregory, join the party. I'll be ready to leave when you are. I don't know, Bridget. This seems too convenient, you know? The day we decide to invite more people, Alan shows up, and then we run into them on the road. Don't be paranoid, Nolan. It just means our luck is finally starting to turn around. Maybe you're right. After resting in town for a few days, the party was ready to head out once more. From here on, your experience will be largely self-driven. Explore Marema, talk to everyone you can, and unravel the mysteries of the world around you. But most importantly, have fun. That is the most important thing. So that was a whole lot of text. I've been talking for a hot minute, but now the game is pretty much like, go figure it out. So let's go figure it out, guys. This place, it feels safe. Well, I'm glad you approve. The gardener keeps this locked. Huh? Pretty flashy car. Looks like it's been modified to go off-road, too. Hey there, have you had a chance to check out the shop yet? Not yet. Okay then, check it out and let me know what you think. Welcome to Scavmore. Come celebrate our grand opening. Freeman Tools and ICA products available for purchase. Pretty sad looking store if I'm being honest. Love the music. All of the music in this game was free. And I will tell you that almost none of it came with RPG Maker. I found a handful of very, very talented music artists that have put out music for free. You know, free for commercial use, no royalties, don't pay me, no nothing. And they are all awesome. This one, I'll have to find the list of songs and tell everybody, but this one was, I think, done by, I don't want to say and be wrong, because the music was done by Aaron Crow, Darren Curtis, a couple of other people. I will say, I have a couple of songs in here that were actually done by the guy that did the music for Secret of Mana. I did pay for that music because it was like a pack of things that he had done and then put out for like $30, you know, for commercial use. And Secret of Mana was an impactful game for me. And Secret of Mana really made me appreciate how important music was in a video game. So for me to be able to have music done by him was such a huge deal. Like, it made me so happy to have music done by that guy. And I can't think of his name now because I've been drinking and I'm very excited and I'm yammering right now. But I'll find the name later and I'll tell you and you'll be like, ah, that guy. So, anyway. But I love the music in the game. Don't hate on my music, please. I heard there was a new shop out this way. Figured maybe I could find something worth stealing. But all they sell is junk. Oh, I'm sorry. You'd think they'd have at least one gun for sale. Hello again. I never had the chance to thank you for saving my family's lives. If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to let me know. My favorite song is the Dead Hander theme song. It's called Tonight. Is the original artist's song name, and that one I really like. So, Neela's mother now sells food and medicine, but right now all she sells is Twinkies and bottled water. And for medicine, she's got antidotes and coagulants. We'll buy 3 antidotes, 3 coagulants, just to have. Please take care of yourselves. Not bad, huh? Our stock is kind of limited right now, but hopefully as time goes on, we'll keep improving our inventory. Just let me know if you want to buy anything. And I hate to ask, but could you maybe do me a favor? Sure, what's up? Oh yes, the boss fight music I do like. It's just, we really appreciate everything you've done for us, but the roof on our house is a little bit leaky. That said, when you're out there, could you keep an eye open for some scrap metal? If you bring me some, I can use it to patch up the roof. During your travels, people will occasionally request assistance from Nolan and his friends. Generally, this will involve tracking down a strong monster or retrieving rare items for them. If you help them, people will show their gratitude in a number of ways. They may give Nolan and his friends bolts or rare gear, and some may help you out in other ways. Some may even join Nolan on his quest. Of course, Nolan and his friends will gain valuable experience along the way as well. Be sure to explore and talk to everyone you meet in your travels. Yeah, sure. How many did you need? That's great. If you could bring me 6 pieces of scrap metal, I should be able to make the repairs. And of course, with the shop up and running, I can pay you for your trouble. Actually, I think we have enough on us right now. That's why we checked all those piles in the prologue. You're the best, Nolan. Here's your pay. Be sure to spend it at your favorite local store. You got 862 XP and 672 volts. Nolan is now level 7. Bridget is now level 7. Hydro learned. Gregory is now level 7. Pyro learned. Free level, yay! Bridget has learned Hydro, a kinesis attack which deals light water damage to a single form. And Dev secret number 2, we want to come over here. This is Nathan, Neela's younger brother. Nathan will pop up in various locations throughout the Deadlands with rare gear that you can't generally find anywhere else for sale, and he gives you a discount on it. So even if it's stuff that you can find in other shops, you can get it for less from him than anybody else. That's his way of thanking you for saving his family. My dad would kill me if he knew I was giving you such a great deal. So what'll it be? Pre-war handgun. So see, this is what I was saying. This is why I like the setup for the shop. Because when you're using weapons and armor, it shows you all the stat changes. It shows you can go left and right. And it'll show you who can equip it and how it will affect their stats. So it was kind of a thing where it's like, this is so much better. And the items are only a little bit worse. So we'll go with it. Potato gun. A homemade contraption which toes the line between prank and deadly weapon. An older model of burst rifle popularized by the Nimbus video game series. Reasonably accurate and lightweight. This is the H2 burst rifle. The H2 stands for Halo 2. Another word for a halo is a Nimbus. A lot of the weapons and armor in this game are references to other things. Trainee armor. It's an okay upgrade, but we're gonna save our money. Fang necklace gives you a plus 20 to your attack. Lizard ring gives you plus 20 agility. Clover is plus 20 luck. And then Molotovs are Molotovs. We'll buy 2. Remember, you didn't get this stuff from me. Sure thing, Nathan. Armor. So this guy basically just sells junk right now. Yeah. Just a whole lot of bull crap. None of this stuff is an upgrade right now. It's trash. So batteries are basically just money. You sell them to get money. That's what they're for. Most of the money that you make in this game, much like The Last Remnant, by the way, you will get from selling the components that you get from monsters. You don't get money from killing monsters. And the only money that you really get from fights is when you fight human enemies, of which there are a lot. There are times when you can get batteries from them that you can then use you can sell them and basically transfer the money into your Volt container. We will not need a barbed lance for a quest, and we will not need a nucleus, so we'll sell those things. And we won't need insect wings. We will need wasp stingers, and we'll need a lot of them, so we're going to hold on to those. And the fire water, while useful, is kind of overpowered for the AP usage that we're going to be seeing right now. So it's actually worth more to us as money at this point. Thanks. Have a great day. Hey there, have you had a chance to check out the shop yet? Yeah, I have. So what did you think? Actually, don't tell me. You're way too nice to say anything bad about our shop. The truth is, we've been scavvers as long as I can remember, traveling from place to place, selling whatever bits of junk we could find. I'm really glad we found this place, and I've got something I've been wanting to tell you. Remember when we first met, I told you guys that the reason we were so far east was because we had heard of a new settlement being founded. The truth is, we had heard that there was a new settlement southwest of here, but that it had been overrun by shamblers. The real reason we came out here was so that we could loot whatever was left. I didn't want you to treat us like grave robbers or thieves, but now, after seeing how hard you all have worked to make your lives better, I want to help. I was wondering if you would come with me out to the abandoned settlement. If I'm right, there will be lots of con-ag stuff out there that we could use. What do we think? Should we do it or no? Should we help Neela go out to the abandoned settlement and loot all the crates? Well, the answer for why not is we could die, but you said yes, so here we go. Great! I've got the truck all gassed up. Let's head out right away. Let's roll. All right, everybody load up. Another bit of bopping music here, to use Heifel's words. Okay, I'll drive. It shouldn't be too far away, just south of the road where you found us before. How about some music? Fun fact, this village, this little town right here will not appear on the map until you start this quest for Neela. That was intentional. So, anybody who plays this in the future and tries to sneak over there without her, it's not a glitch. I did it on purpose. Here we are. Guess there's no sense in wasting time. Let's get this over with. Level 15 Shambler. Heifel, what have you done? Oof! My booty! Probably. Now I can, because he can't move. He's stunned. So that's actually really good luck. Neela's gun is, she has a stun gun right now. And a stun gun, instead of doing normal bullet damage, it just does electric damage. And it's a tier 1 weapon. So it has a 2%, you get 2% per tier. It has a 2% chance to inflict stun on the enemy. And I just got him. So, lucky me. I am evil. For the most part, that wasn't so bad, right? Ready to start searching the houses? You do level, when you level up, you get your HP back, so there is that. I will say, you should not save during an active quest if it won't let you leave. Because you never know. But for the most part, I have played this game a whole lot of times, and I have speed ran it a whole lot of times, and I rarely buy healing items, and I can fairly easily tell you which quests you can die at and which ones you won't. And generally speaking, if you can die in a quest, you can also leave that quest. So, and a lot of the quests won't become available until you reach certain levels. So like the lady that was complaining about there being no guns for sale in the shop, she has a quest for us, but it won't pop up until Nolan is level 10, because below level 10 your party can't handle that quest. So for the most part, generally speaking, you should be able to, it might take a little bit of luck. You might have to restart a couple of times, but you should be able to handle anything that the game is willing to give you. Now, that being said, if you ignore the instructions from the beginning of the game and you immediately leave town and just start walking to the right, the enemies over there are level 30 and you will die. There's no way you can survive, and you probably won't even be able to run away, because your ability to flee a battle is based on your team's speed versus the enemy team's speed. So, yeah. Basically, you need to stick close to the roads until you feel like you're tough enough to handle whatever, and then, save and then progress carefully. Nice. Nice critical. 1 rotten meat. Yum. The crates are filled with tools and supplies used for farming. Looks like everything here was made by consolidated agriculturalists. Doesn't look like there's anything of value here. Looks like the wreckage of an old sentry drone. You got scrap metal. Huh. This isn't too badly damaged. You got pre-war CPU. So all over I think there's a grand total of 20, or either 20 or 22 in the game. You will find damaged drones and other like robots and machines and things that you can loot stuff from. And if Neela is in the party with you when you're searching those things, you can get a second item from them. Now, if you search something early and Neela's not in your party, you can still go back and search it to get the second item later. But just essentially having Neela in your party when you're looting stuff will lead to you getting more stuff. So the little hearts that you're seeing here, in addition to doing a little bit of healing, homegrown veggies and the other like organic fresh foods will impart a health regen and an AP regen effect on the consumer. So over time you'll get a little bit of extra health and AP back for like between fights and stuff. We don't have to search any of these other buildings. I could have just fought the one Shambler and then been done. There's the house in the top left. Once you enter that house, it ends the quest, and all the other Shamblers despawn for if you come back later. But I want to fight them because they're worth a good amount of XP, and the rotten meat that you get from them is actually worth a fair amount of money at this point in the game. And Shamblers aren't too bad. They're weak to all physical damage types, so just hitting them with normal weapons is very effective. And I actually should have done this earlier. I should have equipped Neela with the old revolver that we found in the prologue, because that would have made her a little more effective in battle, but whatever. I don't know why I did that. If he hits her again, she's gonna die anyway. Get him! Come on, hit Nolan. You know you want to hit Nolan. Fun fact: the standard battle music in this game is actually the main music from the first game I made, Last Stand. It's the same music. And when you go in, there's a couple of places that are like clubs, and they're playing like some music that goes. It's actually a slowed down version of the title screen music from Last Stand as well. Nothing under here but some cleaning supplies. Wait, what's this? You got rubber glove. That's an upgrade. So, a rubber... While not a tapper per se, gloves of this sort are used by volt tappers to handle wires or adjust capacitors. So that's a slight upgrade, and it is going to give her a new ability. So now she has the steal items ability, because that's a thief glove. So now she can steal stuff. And it upped all of her stats by a couple of points, and it actually gives her a 5% resistance to electricity as well. We're going to give Neela the old revolver A, because it'll be more effective against the Shamblers, and B, because the stun gun is worth more money, so we can sell it after this quest. Anything here? You got 3 canned food, 6 water, and bandages. A photo of a smiling couple on their wedding day. That's all that's worth stealing in here. Looks like he was caught sleeping at the gate. Looks like the remains of a dog gnawed by Shamblers. There's a key on the ground next to this skeleton. You got bent key. Okay. Uh-oh. Rawr. Now you can't steal items from everybody. Again, like with the money, you can only steal items from human characters, because obviously the zombie, the only thing we could steal is his pants, and nobody wants that. Yeah, that's a much more effective shot. Now, if Gregory had hit, we'd have him below half health, so we should be fine this time. As long as nobody misses. Kill him! Fuck him up! 3 more rotten meat. Anything here? You got scaver clothes. Anything in here? You got a toy gun. Looks like a bunch of personal effects. Doesn't seem like any of it would be worth taking. Collection of maps showing different water tables. Most of them have red X's drawn through them. Lots of outdated books on farming. Oh, Neela's been busy. She's up to level 15 now. Alright, here we go. The bent key fits in the lock. By the Elohim, are you alright? We're fine. That was a close one. So the guy, like, when they opened the door, the guy fired a shot next to the door and just missed. He thought they were Shamblers. What happened here? When the Shamblers came, we were too scared to run. We heard the screams. We locked the door and tried to stay quiet. I thought for certain we'd starve unless the Shamblers got us first. Did anyone else make it out alive? I don't know. Either way, we can't stay here, but there's no way I can get my family back to New Panavito on foot. So what do I say? You can come with us, or that's too bad. What should we tell him? In theory, that's what it would do. I guess that's a yes then, right? You can come with us. In all honesty, this decision means nothing. There are a lot of decisions in this game that are important, and they have massive effects on how things will pan out down the line. In this case, no, they're not infected. In this case, if we had said, that's too bad, Bridget would have said, that's not funny, Nolan. Obviously, you can come with us. But no, they have not been bitten. The Shamblers are created through radiation, like, what is it? Night of the Living Dead 2 or Return of the Living Dead. The weird one with the punk guys with the mohawks and stuff. It's caused by radiation. It's not a virus. Really? Oh, thank you so much. How can I ever repay this kindness? Well, since it looks like nobody's coming back here, can we take the supplies from the shed? It's kind of why we came here to begin with. Absolutely, not a problem. I can leave a note in case some of the others come back and they can meet us there. dot, dot, dot. The party helped the survivors load their belongings into the truck and headed home. How's everybody doing? I refuse to stay here. I've had enough of living in backwater settlements waiting for dead-handers or worse to come along in the night and wipe us out. Mother! Please, pay my mother no mind. She's been through a great deal of stress. This place is amazing. Are you sure you don't mind if we stay here? Of course, the more the merrier. Thank you all. You won't regret it, we promise. A few days go by, and we all regret it. So now they've moved in up here. I'd still rather be back home in Kaluna, but I suppose this place isn't too terrible. The young man that lives above us is quiet, and there's plenty of space. The young man that lives upstairs is so polite. If only my daughter could have met someone like him when she was younger. Oh. Tech Town. New, gently used, and repurposed junk at great prices. So now the garage has been turned into a little shop. I don't know if my husband told you, but we're pretty handy with broken machines. We'll try to fix what we can around here, and if we have to scrap anything, we can always make something new with the parts. Of course, it's only fair that we make a few volts for the effort, right? We've got a great selection of stuff to choose from. See anything you like? Homemade Stealth Gen. A homemade stealth field generator cobbled together from spare parts and used batteries. Doesn't last long. That will keep enemies away for 25 steps. Molotovs, nitrogen canisters. A liquid nitrogen canister rigged to explode. Deals moderate ice damage to all enemies. An unstable battery which explodes if thrown. Deals moderate electric damage to all enemies. Tinfoil hat blocks out all external influences on your thoughts. Protects against confuse. Try to have a sense of humor about it. Looks like they got this soda machine running. Want to buy some energy drinks for the road? They marked it up. We do not want to buy energy drinks from them. Oh, look, look, look. Anything here? You got cinnamon oil. The smell of this exotic oil has long been thought to enhance mental focus. Give that to Bridget. So they've turned this little office place into kind of like a little apartment. Cool, cool. Several old technical books and magazines. Thank you again for all you've done. My wife and I are pretty handy with machines, so be sure to check out the store we've opened up in that old garage. And this is one of those things where I tend to really put too much attention into detail, because if we go, actually we will go, if you look at the furniture that has been added to that area, it is exactly the same furniture that has vanished from that house that they were staying in. Oh, I fucked up. I fucked around and found out. It's my booty. What has science done? I'm glad to have you here, Divide by Zero. You get to watch the Steel Legion dunk on me. Ah! You do recover after a few steps from fainting naturally, so you don't have to worry about that. But yeah, I was not paying attention and I went a little too far south. So now if you come back to this house a second time, it's pretty much been cleaned out. The furniture that was taken out of this house has reappeared back in the village. You got one canned food. These beds look soft and fairly clean. Want to rest for a while? Sure. Time to head out. A dusty old safe. Looks like nobody has touched it in a while. It's locked. Too bad I don't know how to pick locks. I wonder if there's a way to melt the lock. I need to change the way that text sounds. It sounds kind of eh. What sorcery is this? Yeah, sorry. I need to get rid of that rock or something. That's not really believable. Oh, look, a little hut. Bring the Momo. Someone is asking to see her. I said I wasn't going to do cats tonight, sir. But I can if it's for Santa Ana. But only if she lets you come play D&D with us tomorrow. I'll be right back. No Mo. It is for the Saints. Okay, 1 second. Took me a second. She was down in the basement on the couch, in the dark, asleep. Hi, Momo. Hello, honey. Ooh, cutie pie. She was dead ass asleep when I went and got her. I feel bad. Look at the tum. Look at it. Hey, honey. What you doing? Wanna hang out for a while? I can't play this game one-handed. Okay, here we go. We try. No, I have to go. I have to go. You're a cutie pie. I'm gonna go put her in the bed with her mother. Real quick. Okay. She's back. She immediately started attacking Hobbs when I put her on the bed, so she's going to leave him alone for a while. Well, good. I'm glad she loves her. We love her too, but she's just now that she's awake, Hobbs is tucked in the bed. He's like legit under the covers with his head sticking out, where he's like burrowed in, and he's laying there asleep. And as soon as I put her on the bed, she ran over and started biting his ear. So, anyway. Oh, hey, it's not every day I get visitors out here. I'm actually surprised to see someone all the way out here living on their own. It's not so bad. I have a pretty decent little spot here, all things considered. It's not what I had in mind when I came east, but I've been lucky so far. Did you move out here because of the Reclamation Act? Yep, you guessed it. But to be honest, I don't know what I was thinking. One person isn't going to be able to restore enough land to make a difference, and with the dead handers around, I'll never sell it. Yeah, she's good at pissing people off is what she's good at. So what do we think? What should I say? The decisions here can actually make a difference. And it's not always the thing you think it is. Well, don't give up. There are more people moving out here all the time. Yeah, I guess you're right. Say, have you come across any Reclamation era dog tags? We have. I served in the war, you see. Many of my comrades died out here in the wastes. I've been trying to find their dog tags and return them to their next of kin. Hello, short stuff. You want to come back up? Yes, please. Please, I want to sleep. Here, we found these on a dead soldier in the ruins east of the Pedregal River. East of the river, you say? As far as I know, the army never made it that far. I am now out of sippies. That was my last beer I just finished. Thank you, Divide by Zero. As far as I know, the army never made it that far. He must have been wounded and gotten turned around seeking aid. Such a shame. Here, I want you to have this, by way of thanks. You got 1,000 volts. She's down here in my lap now, falling asleep. Have you found any other dog tags? I'm afraid not, but we'll keep an eye out. If you do find any more, please bring them to me. So if anybody didn't see what that was, if you look through the crack in the wall here, there's like a little trailer sticking out. It's a little secret. Not so secret. Thunk. Well, here we are. See anything that looks familiar, Gregory? No, I'm afraid not. My apologies. It's okay, Gregory. Why don't we ask some of the people around here if they've met you? Alright. Hey, buddy. Buying and selling junk here. Ooh. So he sells junk drives, scrap metal, pre-war CPUs, stealth gens, flashbangs, copper braid. He's got a lot of stuff. If you need to unload any junk, just let me know. This is important too because you can actually sell stuff to him, and not every shopkeeper will buy things from you. So, actually, we'll sell him our rotten meat for 100 volts each. Noise. Hello, cutie. Yes. Hello. Why? Why do you jump down if you just want to get back up? Say, because I am cat. I do what I want. Flips table. Sell all that crap. Oh, actually, we can equip these on Gregory. So Gregory has a decent resistance to a lot of different elements. He gets that because he's wearing robes. So robes and hoods give you like a tier-dependent resistance to all elemental attacks, whereas the clothing gives you tiered resistance to status effects. So see, all of his resistances just jumped up a few points. But, well, no, scabbard clothes I guess don't count. Anyway, whatever. Gave him more evasion. So he is partially resistant to stun and headache, and is completely immune to nausea and debilitate. Oh, it says reconnecting to chat. Did I lose everybody? Nope, I did not. Okay. Thought everybody had dropped out. Hey, honey. Oh, this person looks important. These people. ADS gear is clearly higher quality, but they just won't let us sell it out here. The whole reason the Parliament agreed to that ridiculous trade deal is because... Oh, hello. Tell me, do you find yourself wishing that your local stores had more high-quality gear from the people at Alton Defense Solutions? If so, you should write to... Wait. Who are you supposed to write to? You tell me. This is your sales pitch. This is the problem with dealing with a monarchy. How is anyone supposed to affect change when they don't even have duly elected representatives here? Back in Alton, everyone has a voice. This is crazy. All right. The best gear money can buy. See anything you like? It looks nice, but we don't have the money for it right now. So we got armor. We've got some steel weaponry. This is all tier 2 weaponry. And then we've got a medical supply store. A little bit better than what we've got back home. Bandages. Restores decent amount of HP to all allies. And you'll notice it gives you a little bit of set healing. So the bandages will heal 100 health to everyone in the party. Plus 15% of each character's max HP. So essentially, it does both, because there were issues where if you have set amounts, then it doesn't scale well. But if you only have the percentages, then the higher level items basically serve no purpose. This was actually one of the last things that I tweaked. I was tweaking the way the healing items worked all the way up to the last update, fiddling with them and stuff. So, decent little shop. Drake's Alley has decent gear and supplies for sale if you're planning on exploring the Deadlands, but their stock doesn't compare to Stonewall Goods back home in the royal city of Kaluna. Uh-oh. Do we see a secret? I actually see 2 secrets on this screen right now. I'm just curious if anybody else sees them. Locked. It's locked. I'll need to keep a lookout for a crowbar or something. If you look right here, there's the edge of a little box hidden right there. Water pump, laundry, delete system 32. What? I don't know what that means. Water pump, laundry. Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, close to the water pump. And then up here, you see the little splash of pink? Not Nathan's best hiding spot. Nathan, whenever you find Nathan out in the Deadlands, he will always be hiding somewhere. Oh, actually, there's another secret here. Looks like there's some loose dirt here. Dig it up using the shovel? Yeah. You got a box of snacks, 4 bottles of water, and 2 weak batteries. Looks like someone stashed some supplies here and never came back. Momo's asleep in my lap now. There are a grand total of 10 stashes hidden throughout the game. All but one of them you need a different tool to get to. You need different tools to access them. Shh, not so loud. What you need? So now he's got a long spear, which is a slight upgrade for Nolan. Macho clothes. Clothes which make you look as tough as you feel. Scale armor, which only Nolan can use. Armor made of scales from some large reptilian beast, offers physical protection and resists flames. Cinnamon oil, which increases your magic focus by 20. Tinted glasses, which protect you from blind. and an Ember Charm, a handmade charm imbued with kinesis energy, granting the wearer limited fire control and protection. And it gives you a 10-point bonus to your focus and resist stats. We could buy this and it would be useful, but I know where we can get a cheaper one, so because I'm the dev. So yeah, let's actually worry about Gregory's thing now, right? Because we're here to ask people if they know him. Excuse me, but have we met before? What? No, I've never met you before. Why do you ask? No reason. Thank you. Have a good day. And it's important to talk to her a second time. Gamer logic says there's something in that trash can, yeah? Like, we know there's something in that trash can. Excuse me, but have we met? Oh, we can't ask her yet. We'll have to come back once this quest is done. I forgot. Oh, this looks foreboding. Listening carefully, you can make out voices inside. Bang on the door. You bang on the door, and the voices stop. Okay. Excuse me, but have we met before? Sorry, buddy, I'm on break. Come back later when I'm getting paid to talk to people. My man. Wow. Hello, would you like to buy something to eat? Hello, madam. Have we met before? I don't think so. I'm sure I'd remember you. Tee-hee. Oh, alright. Thank you. Alright. Have a good day. Wow, Gregory. Is there a problem? I just shipped out here a couple of months ago, and I gotta say, it's a bit of a culture shock. Everyone in Kaluna says things are getting better in the Deadlands, but it seems like things are as bad as ever. You're right. From everything I've heard, it's mostly the royal family that's to blame, but I don't know enough to talk about it. We gotta remember this guy for later. Wait, but what does the royal family have to do? Yo, what up, old man? Fishing is my great passion, but there's not much living in this water. Oh, how I miss my old hut on the coast. Even when there was nothing biting, I could occupy my time carving fish charms. Excuse me, have we met before? What is that? Some kind of pickup line? What? No, I'm on duty here. Scram! No civilians allowed. So, I guess that's a no? Get out of here before I lock you up. Ah, they run away. Yeah, Bridget, pretty sure that was a no. Excuse me, sir. Aeon Genesis? What's Aeon Genesis? This is VoltAge Genesis, sir. Or is Aeon here? I don't know if Aeon is here because the way I'm having to do my capture, because it's RPG Maker, is I essentially have to just have it catch my entire screen so I can't flip around between screens. But welcome, Voltaire, welcome. Thank you for coming in. We're like an hour and a half in. We're just kind of getting into the meat and potatoes of it. The game does have kind of a slow spin up, but we're about to start doing some fun quests and side things and stuff like that. So yeah, is it Eon Genesis or is it VoltAge Eon? Excuse me, sir. Hey, don't I know you? Wait. Eon Genesis, Eon Evangelion. Wait, never mind. Sorry, the priest at the old church in Kaluna wears an outfit just like yours. Are you a friend of his? If you see him, tell him PFC Danner says hi. Kaluna, huh? Is there some sort of problem? What? No, it's just Kaluna is really far away from here. And this Kaluna is another town like this? No, Gregory, Kaluna is huge. Ever since the bombs dropped a couple hundred years ago, the royal city has served as the capital of Marema. It's gorgeous. Unless you're on the outside looking in. Well, yes. But the city itself is really beautiful. I can't remember the last time I was there. Well, I suppose I should be going. Going? Well, good morning, Voltaire. So I guess that means that my Saturday morning cartoons you were watching at night, right? It was like 7 p.m. for you then? That's cool. I like that. Going? What do you mean? Well, if this city is as far as Nolan says, I can't possibly ask you to accompany me. Don't be silly, Gregory. We'll go with you. We just need to do some prep work first. The Deadlands can be a dangerous place for people traveling on foot. Before heading west to Kaluna, you should spend some time building your strength. I didn't know that about you, Voltaire. I didn't know where you were from, but that's cool that you're from Indonesia. I think you're the only person I've ever spoken to that's from Indonesia. So, hello, friend. Before heading west to Kaluna, you should spend some time building your strength. It's a long journey. Stock up on equipment, help people, and make some new friends. Kaluna will be waiting when you're ready. If you ever forget what you should be doing next, just talk to Bridget in your house back in Pedredal Springs. Alright. So our next main storyline goal is we have to head all the way to the west to Kaluna, but we cannot get there yet. We will not be able to handle that. So we're going to do some side quests and things first. Oh, okay. Cool. The Hunters. I didn't realize they had set up an office in New Panavito. The Hunters? The Hunters are a group of mercenaries from Jaeger, a country way up north across the ocean. Okay, cool. Were you, I mean, if you don't want to say, you don't have to, but were you just like coming back to visit family, or what, or was it like, I guess because you said you were in the UK for a while and then you moved back, but then you're going back again next month. Well, that's cool. They're not just mercenaries, Nolan. They help maintain the peace, hunt down dangerous beasts, and they keep the roads clear of bandits. For money. She's like, they're not just mercenaries, they do all kinds of good stuff. And he's like, yeah, for money. I understand. Fasting in the UK is a challenge. Okay, I got you. I understand. So these hunters are a force for good? Momo's asleep on my lap, and she just kind of like woke up and stretched and started to fall off my lap. It's okay, honey. So these hunters are a force for good. Definitely. Anyway, I wonder if there are any new bounties posted on the board. Occasionally, the Hunters Guild will be too busy to deal with a request from a member of the population. In those cases, they will post these requests to the bounty board for freelancers to handle. Make sure to check back frequently for new bounties. Once they've been completed, speak with the person who made the request to receive your reward. Take a look at this bounty to see what someone in the area needs. You can then go speak to them for more information or to turn in the bounty. Complete a bounty, be sure to come back and collect the posting as well. Gather enough of them and you may receive special rewards. She will not stay on my head. She did. We watched the last episode of Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and I was sitting on the couch like this, and she got up and draped herself across my arms and slept like that for almost an hour. So I was stuck sitting like this watching TV for an hour because she was like... Here's one that doesn't look too hard. I need 6 jars of cytoplasm for my tools. If you find them, please bring them to me at my stand here in New Panavito, just east of the Hunters Guild. Let's read this book. This book is about the history of the Hunters Guild. It looks like someone has marked a page here. Okay. So the guy that we saw that was standing outside of this building that was talking about how everything is not getting better in the Deadlands, and the girl that was wearing all red in the shop complaining about the monarchy, and these books, these are all parts of lore quests. There's a grand total of 7 lore quests in the game, where essentially just by going around and reading books, looking at tablets, because you'll see in some areas there's like tablet computers that are left out. looking at tablets, books, and talking to people that stand out. They always have like a conspicuous outfit. You'll learn more about the backstory and the lore of the world. And for each topic, somewhere in Marema, there's a person that if you know enough about that topic, each of the subjects, there's 7 points of lore you can earn. And if you get at least 5, you can talk to a specific person about that topic. And at the end of the conversation, they'll give you a coin it's like a challenge coin that's associated with that topic. And when you equip it, you get tons of amazing bonuses. So you can't get any of them until you get to Kaluna for the first time. But the coins are really good items, so you really are rewarded for learning about the lore. Read the marked page. What began as a small, isolated lodge has grown to be one of the largest and most well-defended cities on Nata, housing thousands and controlling the only overland route to the western continent of Alton. So that's a little excerpt about the history of the Hunters Guild. So this guy needs 6 cytoplasm, but we only have 2, I think. Yeah. So we're going to have to go do some more fighting. Go check this out. Panavento outskirts. So this is old Panavento, and if we go any further south into the town than here, we will start fighting enemies, and the enemies will be way too strong for us. I think they're level 30 or 35, so we have to stay in the outskirts for now, but later on we'll be able to go in there and do other quests. There's a bunch of trash piled here. Something about the pile seems too neat. Nolan, don't you think this is a little weird? Where did all this stuff come from, anyway? Yeah, maybe. Wonder if someone was trying to hide something. Investigate further. Nolan starts clearing the trash with his shovel. Looks like you were right, Bridget. There was a box hidden under all that trash. Too bad we can't open it, but now the trash is piled up over here instead. Oh, I need to fix that. So I've only found 2 minor things so far. Moved trash in OPO house. Momo meet Pim win. Well, I just bought a house, so if Momo's going to meet Pim, then Pim is going to have to buy a damn plane ticket. Or are we doing like a cam to cam? I don't know if that would work. Moved trash in OPO house. And that's a super easy fix. I can do that. I could do that in 2 minutes. So I'm actually thinking that I think I've said this in the future that I'm probably going to do some streams of me working on my next game, but I want to do it once I have 2 screens set up. A portable computer decorated with the Hunters Guild logo. Better leave it alone. Hello, what do we have here? Found 4 homegrown veggies, a kahuna burger, and firewater. Uh-oh. Kahuna burger. This is a tasty burger, if you like burgers. Well, thank you, thank you. Well, the name of it is here. You can find it on Itch.io, and it is $9.99 for the full game, but if you get the demo is actually the entire first half of the game. It's about 10 or 15 hours of gameplay, depending on how thorough you are. So just the demo is something like 50 quests you can do, like side quests, adventures. You can get like up to 9 party members. So I would say play the demo first, and if you like it, then buy the main game, and you can transfer your save file over. It's the exact same version. Every time I updated the main game, I updated the demo as well. So, yeah. Pile of old trash. Uh-oh. Just ahead is the Battler's Dungeon. They have games, robot battles, and supplies, if you can afford the price of admission. We scavvers aren't supposed to operate in Panavento, but the military doesn't have time to worry what goes on in the interior. If you plan on going there, just expect some stiff competition for loot. So it's still pretty much a free-for-all in the interior, huh? Yep, and our crew is going to keep it that way until the Queen and her cronies recognize our claim to the city. Right, I heard about that. Didn't like 100 scavvers get together and try to take control of Old Panavento using the Reclamation Act? So divide by 0. This right here is some inmate logic. 100 scavvers got together and tried to take control of the ruins of the capital city using the Reclamation Act. Yup, that's right. According to the law she signed, we were supposed to get ownership of, quote, any portion of the Deadlands not to exceed 3 acres per adult that is occupied for not less than 1 continuous year. I mean, she had to realize that people were going to band together to get control of larger areas, right? I mean, yeah. I think the issue was more the specific area you guys tried to take over. Did you really think you'd end up owning the entire city? That doesn't matter. The law's the law. Anger. Oh, secret. That little pink hair sticking up. All these guys care about is robots. Luckily, I found some good stuff deeper in the city. So what'll it be? Laramie SS-50, whether it is indeed better to be wetter, is a point for debate. Best used in the summer. It's a Super Soaker. The original Super Soaker SS-50 was created, the original Super Soaker from when I was a kid was made by Laramie. So that's what that is. It's a Super Soaker gun. The Backhand, an energy shield designed by Alton Defense Solutions for use by the Fide Defensor, can be used to attack or defend. That's a good item. A Tavichi prevents headaches. Scavver Stealth Gen, that's 75 steps that it prevents attacks. And a Gear Charm. We'll buy 1 Scavver Stealth Gen, and we'll buy a Backhand. Be careful out there. Not all scavvers are as nice as my family. And we're going to switch Nolan to the Screwdriver, and that's going to kick his agility up. His luck and his attack are going to drop. But now he's got a one-handed attack, which means he can also wear the Backhand. So you see, it's only going to overall drop his attack by 4 points, but it gives him a big defense boost, makes him a little bit faster, and the Backhand unlocks a special skill called Shield Bash. Bash a foe with your shield. Use attack and defense stat to deal moderate crush damage. So that's a good little attack option. And crush damage is something hard. Excuse me. I don't believe I've seen you here before. So, hey, Mama. Here, baby. Give me a little more room. Here you go. Here you go, baby. Yes. Want to become a member of the Battler's Dungeon? It's only 2,500 volts for a membership, and you can bring your friends in with you. Why should I? Members can watch the fights between bots built by other members of the dungeon, and if you have a bot of your own, you can enter it in fights for great prizes. You can buy mods for your bots here as well, and if you make it to the silver bracket, you can buy mods made by Mr. Gary himself. You won't find them anywhere else but here. So what do we think? I've got 4,000 volts. Do we want to spend 2,500 volts for a membership to the Battler's Dungeon? Fiverr is very cool, actually. Voltaire. The monster art for my game, all of the monster art was done by a guy on Fiverr, and he did a fantastic job. Um, I actually put him in the game. There's a little kid artist later on in the game you'll be able to talk to, and he did a great job. He was super. I actually had I had paid somebody else that I knew from around here to do concept art, and he was, I would say he's a more skilled artist because he actually went to school to be an artist. Um, but he charged 3 times as much, and he took months to do anything. And this guy that I worked with was so good. He lives in Portugal. I can't think of his name right. Mudo Kanabe, Mudokonabe, Mudo Kanabe, or I guess Mudokon Abe. He is awesome. He charges reasonable prices. He does a good job. He asks questions. All the monsters in my game were done by Mudokon. So, spend the money on the art. What art? Sure, sounds great. That's wonderful. Please enjoy your time here. You got Members Pass. Yay, we're in. Welcome to the Battler's Dungeon. Unfortunately, our membership is a bit low. You probably won't be able to do any gambling. But the bot fights are quite popular, and you can purchase food and mods here as well. Hey, there's a bounty notice posted here. Ever since I started coming here, I've wanted to enter the battles with a scrap drone of my own, but I need 3 junk drives for parts. I have purple hair, and I'm usually in the western stands of the Battler's Dungeon. Cool. There aren't many people here. Sorry, we don't have enough people here right now. What? Why am I here then? If Gary wants to pay me to stand around an empty casino, who am I to complain? I was hoping to do some gambling, but there's nobody here. If I was younger, I'd head up to Altuza's grave for a fun weekend. Okay. Oh, who you? I'm sorry, but this is a private booth. You'll have to watch the fights with the rest of the crowd. Huh? What bounty? Oh, my girlfriend probably posted it. She's sitting right over there. Cool. Yeah. I had to save up for a long time to afford the entry fee, and this is all there is? Seems like a waste if you don't have any bots of your own. One of my friends has a bot in the silver bracket. I'd sure love to build a scrap drone of my own. So we're going to ask about the bounty. Oh, you mean you want to help me? Like the posting said, I need 3 junk drives to build my own scrap drone. Every now and then you can find them on old battlefields, but the easiest way would be to pull them from defeated drones. The Dead Handers use them a lot, so you could try their territory north of the road. And I guess you could always find some other scabbers. Just don't let them know you're doing this for me. Okay, so we need 3 junk drives from junk drones. Oh, food boy. Would you like to purchase some refreshments before the next fight? Yes. So, everything that's for sale here is 20% off the standard price. So, the membership will get you access to discounted food and drinks. At one point, there were actually 2 robot characters that you could get. So what you would do is you'd come over here, and you can see these 2 little like cyborg characters. These are robots. And you could talk to this guy and do a little side quest for him, and then he would give you one of the 2 robots as a party member. But the problem is that because they're robots, they don't get healed from normal food. And I had all of these robot healing items and robot accessories and robot armor, and there was a grand total of like 80 things in the game that only worked for these 2 characters, and you only got 1 per playthrough. And these 2 characters were really strong. You basically were paying 2,500 volts at the start of the game to get one of the better characters in the game. And then you could, as they leveled up, you could enter them in 1v1 battles against other robots. And then they could rank up and you'd earn money and you could buy mods and things for them. But the problem is that the way healing works in the game, there was no clear and effective way to have robot only healing and it not look janky in the menus, in the items, in the spells lists. And because the characters were so good, it's all you'd ever use. So I ended up scrapping them, and there was actually much later on in the game. We have to go around and meet characters called Elohim, which are deities. They're like think like the Espers from Final Fantasy VI, something like that. And there was actually an entire storyline, like multiple quests involving the machine Elohim that tied into the Battler's Dungeon stuff. And I ended up just cut all of it because it could not be balanced and optimized to work. I had them in version 1, and they made it all the way to like version 4 of the game. So for more than a year, they were in the game, and I kept fucking with them and just couldn't get them right. And I finally was like, gotta take them out. Energy drink, get it? This fridge is packed with snack foods of every kind. Feel free to grab a box of snacks if you're hungry. Sure, took a box of snacks for later. Fully stocked soda machine. Feeling thirsty? Oh. The shelves are packed with books for that weird game, Lockups and Lamias. Guess this guy is a fan. So, Lockups and Lamias is a pretty unsubtle reference to Dungeons and Dragons. The game that I'm working on, well, I'm not actively working on it right now, but the next game I want to release is actually called Lockups and Lamias, and it's going to be an episodic RPG that is heavily based on D&D rules. So the whole premise of the game is you're actually sitting around the table with this guy playing D&D. And that's what this... So there's several references in this game to Lockups and Lamias, because when I started making this game like 4 years ago, I already knew one day I'm going to make Lockups and Lamias, and there's references to it kind of sprinkled in throughout the game as that weird tabletop game that people play. So, hey, how are you? My name's Gary. I guess you could say I'm the owner of the Battler's Dungeon. So tell me, how are you enjoying it here? It's okay, but let me guess. There's not enough people for you to gamble and you don't have a bot to enter the fights. It's always the same. I'm really sorry about this. I had thought things would be a lot more lively than this, but it's taking a while to get things off the ground. In the meantime, let me refund you some of the money you paid. You got 1,000 volts. Hopefully, things will pick up in the future. But until then, feel free to make use of the barracks outside, or consider purchasing some refreshments if you plan on going further into the ruins. So that's the other thing, is now that we are members of the Battler's Dungeon, I lost a fair amount of money today, but I don't care. My dad is a big-time executive at SBC, so my monthly allowance will more than cover it. Fuck you, rich piece of shit. I'm not moving. I don't want to lose my spot before the next fight. The Disciples almost never have a match. There's not much competition in the gold bracket. That's the Disciples of Poison. The gold bracket fight was actually against a group of 4 amped up junk drones, and the team that used them was called the Disciples of Poison, which is what the group I used to play Dark Souls with was called. So they're actually like me and 3 of my buddies, and they all have like in the code they're all named after the people from our game. And later on we'll be able to find the disciples camp, and we can fight the junk drones for a little wager. And each of the junk drones is basically named after our Dark Souls characters, and it's really funny because the one that's me is actually called the Sir, because that's where I got my Twitch name from. I played a character called the Sir in Dark Souls. So there's the sir. Sorry, hun, but there's not enough people. It's against house policy to let you and your friends play the same table. So, went off on a little... Oh, we got to talk to this guy, too. I've lost it all. Oh, she's going to be so mad. No, please, don't hurt... Oh, hello. Wow, this place sure is fun. Yes, sir, I can't believe how great it is. Let's talk to him again. Oh, it's you again. Did you need a friend to play cards with? Sorry, I'm, taking a break. Well, let's keep talking to him. Persistent, aren't you? Listen, I'm having a bit of a crisis right now. Can you come back later? Sir, you seem upset. Is there anything we can do to help you? Help? Me? Well, you guys are mercenaries, right? Listen, I've got a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Really? Please do tell. Absolutely. I'm a bit of a mercenary myself, but for reasons totally unrelated to being in a casino, I find myself a bit strapped for volts. Imagine. How unlucky. Yes. As much as it pains me to part with this ultra-rare, priceless piece of immaculate military industries tech, how would you like to buy this elemental bullet mod from me for a measly 2,500 volts? Wait, what? You mean to tell me you're willing to part with IMI tech just like that? What exactly does it do? Oh, it's a bullet modification. It's compatible with most common varieties of guns, and it allows the user to charge bullets with a variety of different elemental energy, even if they can't use kinesis. Come on, mods like this one are super rare. I'd be shocked if you saw more than a handful of these in all of Marema. What do you say? What do we think, guys? Should we buy Skeevy Guy's bullet mod for 2,500 volts? I think we'll be pretty much tapped out if we do. He claims it's one of a kind. Give everyone a minute to think about it. I need someone to make a decision. Are we buying the mod or not? You think Pink Hair will sell it to me for 1,800? If that's what you think. Should we tell him no thanks? No thanks. I'd rather hold on to my volts for now. Dang it. Well, if you change your mind, stop back by. It's not like I can go home empty-handed. Later, punk. Alrighty. Hey, have you gotten your members pass yet? Yup. Well, in that case, feel free to use the beds if you need to take a break. We may be competitors out in the ruins, but the owner of Battler's Dungeon made it clear these barracks are for everyone. Nice. Another locked safe. The wreckage of an old Stinger drone. Here's a foreboding fellow. Sorry, but I'm not in the mood to talk right now. If you come back later, though, we could have a pretty interesting conversation. At least, that's what I think. Well, I didn't buy the mod from him. That was the choice you made. I can still go back and buy it from him later. It's not a one-and-done thing. Someone left this tablet on. There's a story about the insurgency pulled up on the screen. Meanwhile, the royal family has officially issued a decree stating that the insurgency is not welcome within Marema's borders, a position which is further complicated by the Loican government's claim that... So now we're hearing about a faction called the Insurgency, which are apparently not welcome in Marema. Zyfel's going to be like, oh God. He's over there right now doing the not like this. Hang on. Not like this. What have I done? Alright, so that's really all we can do here. That's all we can... We've been here for 20 minutes just talking to people. Alright, so we've got cytoplasm that we need. We've got junk stuff that we need. Let's see. So these are weak enemies. They're only level 5. As you can see, they do basically no damage. We just got 3 cytoplasm right there. So one more fight like that, and we'll have finished our first quest. Uh-oh. Death Wasp. Damn. Ooh. Target rate up. 2 wasp stingers. So it was mentioned in the prologue battle, but death wasps, when they sting you, they apply 2 effects. They have a 35% chance to poison you, and they also have a 100% chance to inflict swarm on you. And the way it works is just like some species of real bees and wasps. When they sting you, they like leave behind a hormone that causes other wasps to target you. So essentially, every time a death wasp hits a member of the party, they are more likely to be hit by other death wasps in the future. So eventually, after a couple of rounds, if you're fooling around, which you shouldn't because death wasps are easy to kill, they will generally focus all their fire on one ally at a time, rather than spreading them around. So we got the cytoplasm. Let's go turn that into Dude Man. He was over here by the thing. Turn in the bounty. Let's see how much cytoplasm you've got. Wow, you got them all. 200 volts. Wow, thanks so much, brother. We already completed this quest. Maybe we should tear down the bounty so nobody else tries to finish it. Hang on. It looks like there's another bounty under the first one. Wonder what it says. Let's see. I need 4 shell fragments. If you find them, I'll be at my stand just east of the Hunters Guild in Reclamation Park. Same freaking guy. Fishing is my great passion, but there's not much living in this water. Oh, how I miss my old hut on the coast. Even when there was nothing biting, I could occupy my time carving fish charms. Now, because I am a subtle person, I put my old hut on the coast in red. So we're going to go check that out next. But we are going to buy some more stealth gens before we go. And we're going to save. So this can mess you up because this is dried lake bed. These enemies are going to be a little tougher. So you really have to check and see like what the terrain is like. We're still fairly close to town, so they're a low level. But that green forest that's around the town is level 25 enemies. And the reason I did that was not to be hateful to the player, but to give the player options to continue leveling their characters throughout the game. So basically, the first time you go to an area, you level, you stay out of the woods, you fight the weaker stuff. And then later on, when you need to level just outside of town, you can fight the stronger stuff in the woods. So essentially, there's like multiple strengths of creatures you can fight in different areas. And there's different enemies that you fight in each area as well. We're all level 10 now. And I am going to use a homemade stealth gen because if we go too far south, shit gets real quick. Ooh, secret. Hey, buddy. You got hair like mine. Hey, aren't you a tree hugger? What are you doing all the way out here? Will my suffering never end? Excuse me? Banished to the scorched lands, forced to jig through the profane remnants of the old ones, and now an interloper from the west comes to harass me. Oh, so you were banished. Please, leave me be. Let me meditate on the form of the survivor, her boughs swaying in the cool breeze. Take thy cursed form from my eyes, demon slave. Okay, well, good luck with that. So the tree huggers are a little intense. They are a tribe of technology-hating individuals that live just to the west of where we are now, in the not Deadlands. So, yeah. You poke through the trash. Wait, what's this? You got Steady TAC. This is one of the last accessories that I added to the game. A rare VoltAge targeting assistance cybertech interface that allows untrained wearers to use burst rifles. So, if I equip this, not everybody can use it. The only people that can use the Tox are people that can already use some kind of firearm. If I give him this, it will increase some of his stats, and it will let him use burst rifles, which he normally can't do. But we don't have any burst rifles yet, so it's of limited use. Oh, level 30. So yeah, we're in the danger zone now. Luckily, sludges aren't too bad. We should still be able to handle this guy. We won't get crazy rewards for fighting him, but we also won't die instantly, so. $700 XP. Which you think, oh, that's good. You should spend some time there leveling, because there's other shit out here besides sludges that'll mess me up. Beach. This small hut is packed with old fishing rods, nets, and other odds and ends. You got broken spines ×2. Shell fragment ×2. Yes, shell fragments. We need those for a quest. This bed looks like it's about to collapse. You got firewater ×1. You got carving kit. Dun, 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 dun. And just because I'm the dev and I share secrets, if you search these little piles of shells, you'll get more shell fragments. A small collection of shells left behind by the tide. This one is almost intact. You got a shell fragment. So each of these can be searched for more shell fragments. Which, I thought there were 3. Yeah, there we go. So now we got enough shell fragments for our quest. Go us. Run! Oh, house. We're finding all kinds of secrets out here. These clothes are a little more than rags. It's an old generator. A young tree. It'll be a few years before it's old enough to eat the fruit. Uh-oh. Is there anything here? You got 2 canned food. It's locked. I'll need to keep a lookout for a crowbar or something to pry this open. An old East Side Hurricanes poster adorns the wall. Gross. Dusty old safe. An old thread-worn teddy bear. Should we take the teddy bear or should we leave it alone? Zyphel. An old thread-worn teddy bear. Do we take it or leave it? Definitely haunted. Take it. Took the old teddy bear. An older model tablet computer smashed beyond repair. Elizabeth. I'm worried about Kubler. I haven't received a letter from him in several weeks now, and I'm scared something might have happened to him. Even worse, I've been seeing a lot more death wasps than usual around here. Given how many of them I've killed, I would expect their numbers to drop. Even worse, they just hang around near the tree line. That's not normal, right? I mean, why would they be doing that? Maybe I'm just being paranoid, but it feels like they're watching me. Do you think maybe I could come stay with you for a while? The letter just ends there. What happened here? The ground here is stained with blood. Here's the teddy bear that we took. An old teddy bear found in the blood-stained remains of a hermit's shack. Was dearly loved once. GTFO! Oh! Level 5 antlion. Oof. Oof. He's a mean boy. Missed. I have a 75% miss chance when I'm blinded with physical attacks. Definitely haunted. Take it. Get him to heal me. Run! Uh-oh. Level 15 Lumva Beetle. So Lumva Beetles have the ability to cause you to lose a turn when they hit you. That's what that knocked down status effect is. Most status effects have a 35% chance to pop. Some enemies have a 50% chance, but it's rare that happens. So, again, you know, there's not a whole lot. You know, unlike a lot of RPGs where you could get like weird mixtures of enemies that don't really make sense, there is a working ecosphere of sorts here. So you're only going to see certain enemies in certain types of areas, and you're going to see more of some things than others, but you're never going to see like sludges and lumba beetles working together, stuff like that, with the exception of spook lights, which in the future, probably not going to be tonight, but if I do future sessions of this, the spook lights have the unique ability to control other living things. And you will see spook lights with weird combos of stuff, and some of them can be pretty nasty fights, depending on what they have teamed up with. So, anyway, we're going to go turn in our shell fragments to Dude Man. Let me see how many you've got. Wow, you got them all. Thanks a bunch. That's what I'm talking about. That's a quest. 1,840 XP, 1,136 volts. Yes. You've helped me out so much. Tell you what, I've been working on a couple of new items to fill out my stand. They're going to be all the rage. I know it. I don't have a very large stock yet, but if you're interested, I can sell you some. Just let me know. Thanks for putting in all that legwork for me. I can give you a discount if you see anything you like. So now he's giving us a 10% discount on fang necklaces, iron armbands, bone amulets, and bark amulets. He only sold these two items before. This is a reward for us completing that second quest. He now has the bone amulet regenerates health for your player, and it works in and out of battle. You very slowly regenerate. It's 2% per tick, so it's like every like 7 or 10 steps you get 2% of your max HP back, and every round you get 2%. Bark amulet is AP, so very useful. I'm going to buy a bark amulet for Gregory, because Gregory... And you notice, by the way, with the gear, Nolan has a shield slot, so he can only use 2 accessories, whereas Gregory cannot use shields, so he gets an extra accessory. So, something to take into account when you're gearing out your party. completed the quest. Let's tear down the bulletins so nobody wastes time. So it's very important to go back and tear down these bulletins for a number of reasons. One, because when you tear down enough, you actually unlock 2 like bonus quests that are like really high level bosses. And the other reason is because there's only so much space on the bounty board, so I programmed it where as new bounties pop up, some of them are buried under previous quests. So you have to always take the quest down to check and see if there's one behind it. New quests will pop up as you reach certain levels, as you complete other quests, and as you advance the main storyline. So even though there's not much to do in here right now, we will come back later and find more quests there. Buying and selling junk here. Yo, brother, give me some of them unstable batteries. And I can actually buy 3 junk drives right now and then use them to finish the quest. I will tell you, I'm not going to make a profit on the money for it, but I will get XP for completing the quest. Whenever you can buy components like that, the person selling it is going to charge you significantly more than you could sell it for. So let's see. Turn in the bounty. That was quick. Let's take a look at what you've got. 1, 2, 3. They all look to be in pretty good shape. Here's your money. Thanks a lot. So I paid 360 volts for all of the junk drives, and I got 240 volts back. So I ended up losing a little bit of money, but I finished the quest. Thanks again for all your help. I can't wait to start battling with my new buddy. Another quest done. Better tear it down. Now this is a semi-secret quest, but now that we've done this, we can go talk to this guy. And he says, hey, I heard you helped my girlfriend gather the stuff she needed for her scrap drone project. And I started thinking, with that thing's help, we can start going further into the city than ever before. That being said, we are going to need some new cutting tools. The best tools are made from large mandibles from a lumva beetle. Do you think you could bring me 3 large mandibles? I'll pay you double the going rate if you did. Lumva beetles are fairly common wherever you can find millipedes, especially dry lake beds and dead forests. Well, I don't think we got one from that first one we killed, but I can tell you we'll see a lot of lumva beetles in our travels, so we'll keep him in mind. We are pretty much out of money at this point, so I think we've done everything we can, so let's go on and head west. Start heading towards Kaluna. This is the Dead Hander theme song music that I was saying I like. Whoa, hey, where do you think you're going? This road belongs to the Dead Handers. If you want to use it, it'll cost you 1,000 volts. So I don't even have 1,000 volts right now. I could go sell some stuff and make money. So really, if I say pay 1,000, he's going to say you don't have enough. So should I say no way, or can we work something out? No way. Or can we? No way. All right. Fine with me, but you ain't using the road if you don't pay up. Just kicked us out. So we've got 3 options right now. One, we can go sell some stuff, get the money, and pay him 1,000 volts to go through. But I will tell you, every time we try to pass him, he's going to charge us 1,000 volts. We can say, can we work something out, and he will give us a quest, which we may or may not be able to handle yet. Or we can cut south across the dried lake bed and just go around from there. So what do we think? Should we do money, quest, or shortcut? Not really shortcut, more like a long cut. While you decide, I'm going to go over here and fart off. I'm going to fight some stuff. Level 10 dead handers. Snack food, scrap metal, tarnished dagger. Try to work it out. Okay. There's no right answer. So I'm letting you guys choose because I know what I would do. And honestly, having people help me by making decisions and things for me actually helps me find bugs and things because I might have missed something, you know. Whoa, hey, where do you think you're going? This road belongs to the dead handers. Can't we work something out? We just did. You pay me, I let you through. Don't make this harder than it has to be. Although, tell you what, there's a really nasty antlion lurking near an old battlefield east of here. If you can take it out and bring me some sort of proof, I'll make sure you can get through here whenever you like. That antlion's as good as dead. Huh, really? Didn't think you'd say yes to that. Okay then, if you head straight east from here, you should run across an old battlefield west of Chuska Yasser. Antlions like to move their burrows, so I don't know where exactly it'll be, but it won't have gone far after getting so many of our guys. Just wander around that battlefield and I'm sure you'll stumble across it. Alright, so he said head straight east from here. And he literally means head straight east from here. But we fought an antlion before. Oh, by the way, just so we know, I just ran through that battle zone, that blast zone. You remember at the beginning it said avoid blast zones? 2 of my characters now have radiation poisoning. Gregory's immune to it, but radiation poisoning reduces all your physical stats by 20%. Still enough it'll go away over time, but that's what nausea does, is it slows you, weakens you, makes you take more damage from physical hits, etc. Okay, it cleared up. So this little spot right here is where we're going for. I had to put this little dot in because people were not paying attention to what I was saying when he said head straight east of here. It's just to the west of Chuska Yasser. I literally meant hold down the right key and just go. And people were not doing it. They were like, we can't find the spot he's talking about. So, guys, what is this place? I don't know, but it creeps me out. The remnants of some old battle, perhaps? In any case, we may as well look around. Looks like the wreckage of an old sentry drone. Uh-oh. Moraman armor. So there was a battle. What's this? You got lost dog tags. Let's see here. Falk, John. Pretty cool. Wait, but if those tags are still here, does that mean nobody ever found him? It doesn't seem fair. I'll have to see if I can track down his family. Wait, what's this? Found an S9 Tagusa half buried in the sand. An old S9? I bet if I clean this up, it'll still work. From what I hear, the S9s are practically indestructible. Poor guy, dying out here all alone like this. So I will tell you, another little interesting inside thing is that this is John. That's the skeleton of John Falk, who was the main character in my first game, Last Stand. It was a twin stick like shooter fighting endless waves of enemies, and the idea was your unit had been ambushed and your vehicle was destroyed, and you stayed behind because your leg was injured, so you were going to slow down everybody if you went with them. You stay behind and you basically are just fighting as long as you can to distract all of the monsters that have been attracted by the crash and the gunfire and everything going on. So this is literally the arena. It's not. I mean, it looks different, but it's the arena from my first game, Last Stand, and that's your protagonist. And then this skull, a bunyip skeleton. Look, bullet holes. You're right, but that means whoever that guy was, he must have been tough as nails. If you can make it to the 15th wave, a bunyip will spawn in the water on the south edge of the map, and it basically causes the bottom 10% of the map to be unusable until you kill it, because he can kill you in one hit. So, yeah. We will see bunyips much later in the game. Bunyips are a monster that's unique to my game universe. They look cool as shit. Don't get excited. This is not the antlion, so don't think that the quest is over. Bunyips are not something that people seek out to fight. So. Like I tell people all the time, there are dragons in this world. Dragons are not native to Marema because bunyips are native to Marema and they eat the dragons. Like bunyips do not fuck about. Another chitin shell, nice. Old military vehicle. What kind of robot was this? Looks pretty heavy duty. So back when I still had the thing where you could get the robot characters in your party, for the male looking cyborg, you needed Centurion parts, and this is where you would go to get the Centurion parts. So that's what that is, why there's like a unique bit of language there. Water. Water doesn't do a whole lot for you. Alright, here we go. Oh, never mind. Alright, I hope you guys are ready. Look out, an antlion. No time to run. Here it comes. You're gonna fall, honey. Scoot up. There's our boss. Here's your awesome boss battle music, Zyphel. Thank you for being here, Divide by Zero. I appreciate you, sir. Shoot me a text tomorrow if you can make it. If not, that's cool, but we're probably gonna... Mommy and Pingu claim they're gonna be here between 1:30 and 2, so we'll see. If they don't show up, you guys are still invited. I'll tell you, if you're not sure, if you're on the fence, just shoot me a text and see if they're here. We only live about 15 minutes away from you now, so we'll send you the address if you can make it. It'll be an easy drive though. Alright, so because I'm the dev, I know what the secrets are. So I'm gonna hit him with some unstable batteries. Boom. Oof. Boom. Oof. Oof. So I think we might not be quite able to handle him. Well, Gregory's dead. What have you done to us, Zyphel? Nah, he's not too bad. Having the batteries definitely makes a big difference here. If I didn't have the batteries, then I'd probably just be screwed. Scarred Antlion went berserk! Oh shit. $3,300 damage critical hit. What have I done to deserve this? Oh, well, we're fucked. Dodge it! It was a little nubbin of health. It was so close. Oh, that's a shame. Playing the music. Anyway. See, if I'd have had one more unstable battery, because I used that one unstable battery against the dead handers that I fought, one more unstable battery would have been enough to kill them all, or to kill him. We're gonna try again. We're gonna try again. Here we go. Get him. Man, he hates Gregory. Get that critical. Man, yeah. He's got it out for Gregory. Goodness. Throw Molotovs. Kill it with fire. Nope. He's gonna kill one of us. Oh. Dodge it. Woof. Maybe a couple more levels and we'll be able to handle him. Oh no. So I could go buy a couple more unstable batteries, but I actually want to try something else instead. I want to try a different method of fighting him this time. So if you recall, Dude Man had a Super Soaker over here for fairly cheap, and I found that item that lets me use bursts, like burst rifles. So don't panic about the attack power dropping. It's because this weapon hits up to 3 times. So we're gonna try this, see if this helps us. I've never tried using this method to kill the antlion before, but I think it'll be pretty effective because they are weak against water, so. And if I fail this time, then I'm just gonna say, okay, I failed, and I'll go do a couple more quests, because we could go back to the starting town and talk to that chick that wants to buy a gun, and we could do a quest with her that would get us a fair amount of XP, because there'd be a lot of fights in there. Goodness, dude. Somebody's car is hurting. Alright, here we go. Barrel, barrel. Well, I'm much slower than the antlion now, so. So you see what a, oh, don't you fucking dare. you see what a difference a few points of agility can do for your battle order. I don't think that'll be enough to kill him, but maybe. Oh, there we go. It worked! We killed him. So the way the burst rifles work is you can see my hit percentage has dropped to 72.6%. And that's because it's a burst rifle. So essentially, when you have the burst rifle, you will attempt 3 shots. You will usually hit twice, but sometimes you'll hit 3 times. Each of the hits can individually roll a crit. Each of the hits can individually miss. Accuracy is affected by your gear, your agility, and your luck. So later on in the game, it's not a big hardship. It's actually possible one of the characters has a passive accuracy bonus because they're actually meant to use burst rifles and SMGs, which SMGs spray everything. So they work like a burst rifle where they have much lower accuracy and attack. But instead of hitting one enemy multiple times, you have a chance to hit every single enemy on the field because they're basically going like that with their SMG. So that's what was going on there. Yeah. Now I'm going to switch him to the S9 Tagusa that we found before. So we got him. We beat the... Oh, and he dropped something, too. He dropped a Lupara, a lightweight urban pacification anti-riot armament designed by GMI for use as a dynamic entry weapon. Lupara is also slang for like a sawed-off shotgun. I think it was like Italian, in Italian or something. It means wolf. So it was a slang term for a sawed-off shotgun in parts of Europe, but I liked the name so much, I was like, okay, it has to actually mean something. And that actually works. Lightweight urban pacification anti-riot armament. It's a sawed-off shotgun. It's used for kicking in doors and blasting terrorists. America. Oh, let me go up here. Ensenada. Hold it. Where do you think you're going? Yeah, no outsiders allowed. There's no way the Dead Handers will let us in. Maybe if we had a better reputation with them. Maybe if we did some quests and helped them out and maybe killed a giant antlion. Alrighty. Whoa, hey, where do you think you're going? The party showed the guard the broken pincer. Is that... But that means... Okay, I'm as good as my word. From now on, you can come and go as you please around here. Also, let me give you this. You got Dead Hander's note. You should head out to Altuza's grave, northwest of here. If you do, show that note to my boss. He may have some work for you. His name? It's 8 of Spades. He's a big player in the Dead Handers, so don't say anything stupid. I don't want to get killed because of you. What's good stuff? And now the other thing is, if we had paid the toll to go through here, we would not be able to enter this area. But because we're now in good with the Dead Handers, we can actually use the shop. We can gather loot from. There's a couple little loot spots hidden here. A destroyed drone. Anything here? You got a junk drive. You gonna buy something or what? Snack food, noodles, water, apple cider, eye drops, muscle relaxers, and aspirin. Party boy shop. Okay. A storm drain. It's choked with debris. It's locked. Killing the antlion. Yeah. I was like, maybe it'll work, maybe not. I don't know. This chick stands out. I can't talk now. I'm hoping a certain person will stop by soon so I can ask them some questions. Unless, of course, you want to talk about the dead-handers. Yeah, sure. Sorry, I don't think I know enough about the dead-handers to interest you. I try to avoid trouble if I can. Okay, well, let me know if you find out anything. I'll probably be here waiting for a while. Checkpoint? What are you talking about? This here is the Xylaria Motel, see? We're just here to make sure no Moraman caravans get lost along the way, yeah? Right. And did the Moraman government ask you guys to do that, or is it just out of the kindness of your heart? Hey, don't blame me. If it was up to most of us, we'd torch every truck that came down this road, but the new Ace of Spades put a stop to that. He says we gotta remind everyone how safe the road really is. Xylaria Motel, just a little fun factoid. These are the dead-handers. Xylaria is a type of fungus known as dead men's fingers. It grows in Europe and other places. So the little white little fungi that come up out of the ground in clusters. So the dead-hander motel is literally called the Dead Man's Fingers Hotel. So we can either continue to Kaluna, attempt to continue to Kaluna, or we can head northwest and talk to the Dead Handers boss and start working on our rep with them. What do you think? Zyfel or Voltaire, if Voltaire's still in here. Or anyone else who may be here. Go see the boss man easy? Hell yeah. Oh, there's a little tent down there. I'll have to check that out in a minute. Altuza's grave. With everything that's been happening in the Deadlands lately, this dump is one of the few places still under Deadhander control west of the Panavento River. Guess that's why 8 of Spades has been stationed here. I heard one of our guys got hauled off to Eastside Prison for stealing supplies from New Panavento. Well, that was pretty dumb. He should have known the boss isn't going to help you south of the road. Uh-oh. 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 I see something. You got scrap metal. It's Nathan. He's hiding behind the laundry here. See him? You see his little butt sticking out. Surprised to see you all the way out here. Anyway, what'll it be? Well, I've got no money, so it'll be nothing. He sells a stiletto dagger, a 9182 General, which is a submachine gun. Nice. Wall, shield, 4-leaf clover, breeze charm, energy drink, snake oil. Oh, we forgot to give Dude Man his carving kit. Remember, we went to the house down by the ocean on the southern coast, and we found the carving kit. We can give that to the old man to get some stuff from him as well. This car is a total bust. I doubt I can pull anything other than scrap metal off it at this point. But even that won't be easy without a scrap cutter. So he needs a scrap cutter. Hey, brother. Hey, you ain't a dead-hander. What are you doing here? I'm looking for someone. 8 of Spades? You got guts. Sure, head on in. I see a graphical bug here I need to fix. Top of shelves. A grave. My only excuse for those looking the way they do is because I actually changed up the layout for this area and added some new stuff. It used to not, the graphics didn't match up with most of the game because this was one of the first areas I put in. So I had to go back and update it and overhaul it, and I just wasn't paying attention. I clicked the wrong thing. So, hey, how's it going? Most of the guys here won't talk to you because you're an outsider, but not me. My name is Gabriel, but you can call me Gabe. Or Gabby, I guess. That's what everyone else calls me. So what brings you out here, anyway? Looking for the lost treasure of Altuza's grave? Good luck. Back in the day, people used to claim some huge monster died out here guarding an amazing treasure. Before the war, they used to rent out metal detectors to tourists, sell maps of the lake, everything. Pretty sure the whole thing was made up to get people to spend money, though. We've been here for decades, and I don't think anyone ever found any treasure. Oh wow, look at the time. Listen, speaking of hidden stuff and secrets, did you know there's a back door that leads into the kitchens? Who knows, maybe that info could save someone's life one day. Like I was telling a guy last week, if someone wanted to destroy this whole place, they could set up across the lake bed and... Well, never mind. I should let you get back to whatever you were doing. That is foreshadowing to a future game as well. He's passed out. He's eyeing the bartender as he eats. He's listening to a story about a robbery. He's telling his buddy about a family he robbed. She's talking to the bartender. She's having too much fun dancing to talk to me. Hey kids, name's Eight of Spades. I hear you're looking for me. Yeah, I guess so. The guard at the checkpoint gave me this note. He said you might have some work for us? He did he? Well, let's see. So you killed that giant antlion. Tell you what, I don't have anything for you right now, but I'll put the word out that you can come and go as you please. Dead-handers will be a little more friendly to you now, but stay clear of Ensenada. You don't have the kind of rep to make the ace of spades trust you, yet. Does that mean your people on the roads won't attack us anymore either? I doubt it. If anything, it may make them come after you more. Taking down a strong group of mercs like you would help them prove their strength to the boss. Great. Well, I guess we'll be going. Ugh, I feel terrible. I heard there was a doctor's bag in the bathroom, but I guess someone took it. It's fake. What a mess. It's fake. He's passed out. It's fake. Huh? Oh, I'm just playing for fun. The machines are tapped out, so it's not like you can win volts anymore. Don't you have something better to be doing anyway? He's been warned before. Nobody here is going to help him, and you better keep your nose out of dead-hander business if you know what's good for you. Heh, I shot him in the side, so he'll take a good long time to die. That'll show him, and remind the others to follow the rules. That's what you get for cheating. Oh, help me. Alright, Zyfel, what do I say? Have you been shot or sorry, don't want to get involved? Actually, never mind. These both have the same reaction. Have you been shot? They caught me cheating at cards. Oh, it hurts. Please don't let me die here. So what do we do? Should we try to help him? Or should we just let him die on the floor like a dog? That's weird. What's this warning sign? All dropped stuff belongs to Butch. Be a hero? Okay, so we've already talked to everybody in here, and as you recall, this guy said that there's a doctor's bag in the bathroom, and you can see there's another bathroom over there to the left. And according to Gabby, there's a back door into the kitchen. So what we need to do... And there's actually another doctor's bag we could have gotten, but I forgot to grab it when I was over there. So what we do instead is we go bleep. And now we can actually loot this whole kitchen area. And we can get a bunch of stuff. Okay, there we go. Anything here? You got doctor's bag. So the doctor's bag is an accessory that will add this first aid skill to the character that uses it. Uses basic first aid training to heal a single organic target, amount healed based on level. One of the interesting things about the first aid skill is it can get critical hits. So it doesn't always heal you for a ton. It would probably be equivalent to like a thing of canned food or some noodles right now. As you level up, it'll get better, but you also have a chance to just like max out your character's health with a crit. So now we're gonna go talk to Dude Man. Now that we've got it equipped. Oh, don't do that. Wait, are you a doctor? Are you gonna help me? Well, Zyphel says be a hero. Just try to hold still, alright? Working quickly, Bridget disinfected and patched the injured dead hander's wound. I think I'm gonna make it. Thank you. Just take it easy for a little bit. You don't want to tear open those stitches. Sure thing, Doc. I really owe you guys. I'd be a goner if you hadn't come along. Okay, I've decided to help you guys out. Really, that's not... Nope, don't want to hear it. I owe you guys my life. And besides, it's not exactly safe for me here. So where are we headed? We got Stark. Yay! Stark is one of my favorite characters. New party member. Let's check out. So Stark is level 15. A rank and file dead-hander who is known to cheat at cards. Useful in a fight, but watch your wallet. He's got some good resistances because of his gear. He's got good resistances on states because of his gear. He's halfway resistant to stun and headache. Attributes. So he's got good accuracy, good critical hit, 3% counter rate, 7% evasion. So he's pretty good. So the trick with Stark is that, and you can see if you look at his stats versus Nolan, he is not as strong as Nolan. He doesn't have as high a defense. He doesn't even have a higher mental focus. Resist. He's got... So the way Stark works is Stark is fast, and Stark can use a decent amount of gear, and Stark has an insane luck score. Right now, he starts out with a 103 luck. Now, part of that is because of his gear, but Stark is the only character who can break 600 with his luck. And the way luck works in the game is if you go to your stats, under attributes, the first 6 things here, so hit, critical hit, counter, evasion, crit evasion, and mental evasion, for every 100 points of luck you have, you get 1 extra % on all of these things. So basically, for those of us who play League and we do the tweaks and the builds and stuff, Stark will never be as strong as really any other character. He learns a good variety of spells. The spells don't do a lot of damage. He does have a lot of spells that do status effects, which are affected by luck. And he does have a higher crit rate, counter rate, evasion rate of all types than other characters. So he really is just a luck character. He also has the second highest max HP of any character in the game. So he's literally just there to get lucky and get wailed on. But I love him because he is super fun to play with. And he is also the only character that naturally has the ability to steal items. Locks aren't a deterrent, they're a challenge. Stark can pick locks and is adept at stealing items. So not only can he steal items naturally, but this is our guy that can pick locks. So all these things we've been finding that are locked, he will be able to pick locks. Right now, he can't pick anything. But once he gets to 8, or he can do lockers right now. And as he progresses in level, he will be able to unlock more and more complex things. So eventually he'll be able to unlock chained boxes. He'll be able to unlock safes. He's a good character to have. But he's totally optional. He can be missed. So we don't have anything better for him. But now we've got Stark in our party, which in addition to having, you know, a cool character that I love, now we've got a full group. So this will make our lives a lot easier. Let's go check out this. Oh. Uh-oh. Other dead handers. So Stark, we're going to kill your friends, okay? Oh. And actually, I'm going to do a steal. Oh, and this is the other thing. Stark actually has a built-in passive bonus to his steal chance. So, like, Bridget has a 17% chance to steal this tarnished dagger, okay? Stark has a 28% chance to steal the same item. So, because he's getting an extra 1% chance from his luck for every 100 points of luck he has, and he gets a 10% bonus to all steal attempts because he's Stark. And for now, we just went over there to get Stark, but we will get more quests for the Dead Handers from 8 of Spades, but we just have to be a higher level. And there are other things we'll be able to do with Stark in the party that will also increase our Dead Handers rep. So, basically now there are Dead Handers that'll talk to us that wouldn't have talked to us before. Looks like an old warning sign that's been vandalized. Be wary of poison. No honor ahead. Time for gank. That's reminiscent of the little red soapstone signs that people leave on the ground in Dark Souls. There's not much to do until the Battler's Dungeon starts holding fights again. What do you say? Want to test yourself against our bots? I don't think so. What are you, chicken? Come on, we can even make it interesting. Winner gets 1,000 volts. 1,000? Sorry, we don't even have that much. Maybe another time. Yeah, we're too poor for her. Oh, we got this guy. We saw you coming a ways off. Want to buy anything? So, they have good gear, but it is expensive. Expensive. Deadhander gear always has a built-in luck bonus. All of the weapons and armor and accessories in the game are keyed to different factions. There's a grand total of like 20 different factions and manufacturers in the game, and they all have built-in things where essentially an item's strength is not determined by me being arbitrary. It's actually based on the item's tier, which normal items go from tier 1 to tier 5. There's a couple of tier 6 items, but you can't sell them and you can't buy them. So it's based on tier, weapon type, and manufacturer. So you'll actually notice that the Deadhander Bat and the Deadhander Spear have the exact same stats. It's because they're both the same tier. And even though one is considered a two-handed tool and one's considered a spear, they both fell out that they have the exact same stats, but they have different bonuses. The Deadhander Bat has a 15% chance to cause bleed with every physical hit. The Spear lets you cast an ability called Flaying Wind that does wind and slash damage to the entire enemy party. So, we'll come back later. Alrighty. Oh, so since I forgot before, I want to go back and... Hey, Stark, how have you been? You running with these losers now? I will tell you, we would not have been able to access Altuza's grave if we did not have the note from the Deadhander. We would have been cut out of that that part of the game. Oh, we gotta talk to her too. What? You want me to move? That's a weird thing to say. Why do you want to get down this alley so badly? I know. You're some kind of peeping Tom, aren't you? Well, tough luck, buddy. I'll stand guard here forever if that's what it takes to thwart your evil plan. I already told you I'm not letting you down this alley. You'll just have to find some other way to use your time. Now scram. Okay, you butt. Thanks. Let's see if we can sell some stuff. Kahuna Burger. By the way, this is a Pulp Fiction reference if anybody in the room didn't get it. The Kahuna Burger, those are the cheeseburgers that the guys are eating at the start of Pulp Fiction. And Samuel L. Jackson even takes a bite and says, this is a tasty burger. Give the man his his carving kit? Yeah. I gotta do that. We found an old abandoned fishing hut on the southern coast. Are these the tools you're talking about? My tools! Oh, thank you so much. I never thought I'd see these again. Here, let me give you something as a reward. You got Fish Charm. Charms like these are imbued with kinesis energy. This one will protect you from hydrokinesis and let you use it as well. One day, this lake will be brimming with fish, but until then, I'll keep making charms. So he sells additional fish charms for 3,000 volts. So the way the charms work is they give you a slight bonus to your focus and resist, and I am now 25% more resistant to water, so I take a quarter less damage from water attacks, which unfortunately there's not a lot of water attacks out there. But I also gained the basic hydro ability, which there's not a lot of stuff that uses water attacks in Marema, but there's a lot of stuff that's weak to water in Marema, so this is a good charm to have. Okay. So, anyway, I'm going to sell this Kahuna Burger because it's worth 350 volts. Sell this whiskey. Sell the batteries because they're just money. All this extra cytoplasm, once you've done a quest where you have to gather an item for a person, there's no duplicates. So we will never have to save cytoplasm or junk drives again. Or scrap metal. Broken spines we will never need. Crab meat we won't need. Shell fragments we've done. We're going to save the CPU. We're going to sell the heavy pincer. Yeah. Weapons. We're going to sell these tarnished daggers we got from the dead handers. Sell that. Yeah. And now, what I can do, I didn't think about this before, but I can actually give Stark, because Stark can use handguns and SMGs, so he actually qualifies for the TOC. So you can give him the TOC, and then give him the Laramie, and it basically just drops his attack back to what it was already. But now he's got a chance to get multiple hits per turn, and again, his accuracy is so good that it won't really affect him too much, and he's got a better chance to get crits, so yeah, good stuff. Oh. It's locked. I'll need to keep a lookout. Yeah, so Stark will automatically pipe up. If he's able to pick a lock on something, he'll let you know. Otherwise, just assume he's not a high enough level. So let's go back here. So see, now Stark has appeared in town. Huh. When you told me you owned a town, I sort of expected something less. So as we progress through the game, storyline and leveling up our main character, and in Stark's case, leveling up. So there's two characters whose storylines advance based on their levels going up, and that's Stark and Isaiah, who we'll meet soon. Everybody else is based on Nolan's storyline advancing. So as we advance through the game, you want to come back and talk to all the party members. And when you do, they will sometimes have new quests for you. The Conag supplies we found will be a huge help to the town, and even better, it turns out there were some resupply forms in one of the crates. Just give me a little time and hopefully I'll track down some more supplies. I'll tell you once I hear something new. Cool. So see, the store's been upgraded a little bit. They've added some new shelves and things, and now they've got better gear. So they've got a screwdriver and a hooked axe, which we want to buy the hooked axe because whenever you get an opportunity for a new tool, you take it. And they've got more food and drinks and medical supplies, but we're pretty good. We're pretty well set up on that stuff. I was set to write this place off, but they just got some new stuff in. Maybe if I wait a bit longer, I can snag something really good. This man. I was hoping this dump would have some real firepower for sale. Hey you, what are you sneaking up on me like that for? Sorry, I just wanted to say hi. You're new around here, right? That's right, and you're what, the town greeter? Shouldn't you be standing near the town entrance? RPG joke. Name's Nolan. Nolan? You mean the guy who cleared this place out? Sorry. My name is Carmen. Nice to meet you. I mean, I had help, but yeah, I'm the guy. My bad. I'm in a foul mood because I want to check out this ruin out east, but if I'm going to go out there, I'll need some major firepower, you know? And I'm not having much luck around here. I've got it. Why don't you back me up? Excuse me? Yeah, this could totally work. We can ride out there in my car, dip into the ruins, and grab whatever loot we can find. You do realize that the monsters east of here are really strong, right? I don't know if I want to go out there based on a stranger's word that there's loot. Nah, I've got it all worked out. We drive out there, blast some tunes, then use the car to draw away the monsters and double back. Place is some old abandoned temple in a cave, so we just park the car so it's blocking the entrance, and boom! Come on, what do you say? If you're worried I'm going to jump you or something, just bring the guys who helped you clear this place. If I was tough enough to take you all on, I wouldn't be asking for your help at all. Sure, what the hell, let's do it. Great, whenever you're ready to go, just come let me know. So these people will also have, whenever you upgrade Neela's store, her family's store, these guys will get new stuff too. So, except not right now, but in the future as we get, because they opened the store when we finished that last quest. But every time we upgrade Neela's store after this, that store will also get small upgrades. Okay. So, are we ready? Do we want to talk to Carmen? Or do we want to head out west? It's up to the driver, Zyfel. I am just the medium through which your enjoyment occurs. Sure, talk to Carmen, game slave. Yes, game master. You ready to roll? Let's do it. Great, let's roll. Oh, you brought another woman along with you. How nice. You are? I'm Bridget. Nolan and I live together. How fun. Okay, let's get going, Nolan. Calrea hates Carmen. She says Carmen's a homewrecker. She hates Carmen. All buckled in? Here we go. Alright everyone, we're going off-road from here. Hold on, it's going to get bumpy. Do you mind slowing down? You're going to crash if you keep driving like this. Tell you what, hon, when you're old enough to drive, you can go as fast or slow as you like. Oh, there's a house. Oh, there's a thing. That's the entrance over there. Time to draw them away. Alright, in we go. Are we in the right place, Carmen? Yes, I'm sure. Let's just check the tunnels, and I'm sure we'll find all sorts of great loot lying around. Well, in any case, we're here now. Might as well look around. You ready, Gregory? Yes, I'm ready. Alright, Nolan, I'll follow your lead. Let's find some treasure. Carmen joined the party. Oh, I almost forgot. Take these. You got homemade stealth gen times 3, unstable battery times 2. Those stealth generators are kind of beat up, but they should keep us out of trouble for a little while at least. Oh yeah, absolutely. I do that to people all the time. I'll be like 50 biddies, now dance, puppet, dance. Oh yeah, it's totally a joke. I get it. And as for those batteries, I had a scaver friend of mine rig them up to explode if you throw them. They should make short work of any nasty wildlife we come across. Ooh. An ancient statue depicting an unknown Elohim. Gregory was staring at this when we came in. Ooh. Right off the bat. This is a diasol, which literally means, like, God dirt. You like that? Do you like that, Zyfel? Diasol? You can also pronounce it diesel, because he's... Yeah. Yeah, it was me. I was having fun with it. But yeah, it's pronounced diasol, and it is actually kind of like a bastardized form of Latin for like dirt of the gods. But it's also, yeah, you could say he's a diesel. Giant bats. Oof. So giant bats hit the entire party with a very weak attack, and they inflict headache on everyone. Oh, and I guess I should probably switch. Who should I switch out for Carmen? So Carmen is a level 10 mercenary, so she's actually a lower level than the others. Maybe we shouldn't keep her. She's got an old SMG and some scabbard gear. Yep, that's exactly right. Cave mushroom for the guy in the town. Good looking out. Let's leave Carmen out for now. Hey Nolan, see that loose dirt over there? If you've got a shovel, it might be worth checking it out. Dig it up using the shovel. You got rusty helm. Shoot, it's just a piece of junk. In any case, at least you know what to look for in the future. Who knows, you might find something really valuable one day. Hold on to any tools you might find. In addition to their use as weapons, most tools will enable you to interact with your environment in unique ways. Yeah, this is one of those games where you're pretty much always working on like 3 things at once. I tried to kind of capture the feel of like an Elder Scrolls type game where there's a main storyline that's only a few story beats and the vast majority of the game is just all the other stuff you do. All told, there are well, I can't look it up. There are well over 100 quests that you can do in this game. So, oh, more cave mushrooms. Skeleton. Anything here? You got a busted SMG. Nice! When we get back to town, I can try to repair this. What a good find. Uh-oh. Well, guess we'll use those batteries she gave us. Carmen gives you 3 unstable batteries when you start the quest that can be used to weaken this guy up. Yeah, Pugil Crab. I will tell you that Pugil Crabs are not fun to fight normally. That one is actually kind of weak and sickly. Pugil Crabs have a chance to like one-hit KO you. It's a very small chance, but it's there. And they just do a shitload of damage, kind of like the Antlions. The only thing they can really do is just and that's it. And they have an ability where they can and attach water damage to it as well. But that's it. Well, that was unexpected. I didn't know Pugil crabs could survive underground. I hope you're enjoying the monster designs, Zyphel. There's about 60 unique monster types in this game. So Stark's going to do basically no damage to the sludges, because sludges are effectively immune to water damage, which means they take 99% less damage. The reason I had to do that is because as we advance in the game, we'll start getting weapons and skills that actually do multiple element types. So it could be like piercing plus water, or dark plus slash. And the way it does it is it basically Zangira. The way it calculates damage is it calculates all of the different weaknesses as like a multiplication. So if you were to have them be 100% immune to anything, then they would take no damage from any of it. And I didn't like that because, like, for instance, the this one right here, the pink one, for spook lights, for instance, spook lights are completely immune to physical damage, but they take extra damage from dark and holy and earth and water. But because they're immune to physical damage, you could use Hydroblade and create a sword made out of water and then hit them with it, and it does water and slash. And even though the water is supposed to do bonus damage, the slash makes it do nothing. So I had to change it to effectively immune, which means it just does a lot less damage. So, take it as a pet. I like the Zangiras quite a bit, and they're actually one of only 2 designs in the game that I did not come up with myself. The fiber guy, Mudokon, I was so just super pleased with the work that he did that I paid him to do it, but I said, look, I want you to do something unique. I want you to put, 666. I said, I want you to put something of yourself into the game. And he was like, well, what do you mean? And I said, well, I'm going to give you an area. I'm going to say, make a monster for me, okay? And he said, okay. And I said, I want you to make a monster that lives in caves. And he said, okay. It does. It looks exactly like an axolotl. That's what it's inspired by. But I literally just told him, I said, I want you to make me a monster that lives in caves, that lives in wet caves. And he was like, okay. And he made that, and I fucking love it. It's one of my favorite monster designs in the whole game. And most of them are my designs, so yeah. Yeah. The Deisol was actually his other one, and I told him that one shows up in abandoned temples, and that's what he created, was like a little guardian golem. You can't see these ones. Later on, we'll fight some larger ones, and you can actually see they've got like moss growing and little mushrooms growing on their shoulders and things. Like, there's a lot of detail in them. I was very pleased with the guy. He literally just goes meh, and that's his attack. Anything here? You got Explorer's Pack. We'll take that. Thank you, sir. Huh? Well, back goes Ree. So since you like them so much, Ravenous Zangiras. pretty much. Zangira are an interesting enemy because they are weak against electric, and they're also weak against most types of physical damage. So they're not super hard to kill, but they are very fast, and they actually have... All of the enemies in the game have at least one passive. Why did I use canned food? Canned food is better to just sell at this point. Damn, I'm stupid. But their passive is called Big Bite. And they actually deal damage because, like, the monster's evasion and basic attack power and stuff like that in the game is partially decided by their size. And Zangira are small. They're like this big. So they, Veloxolaptor. There you go, Veloxolaptor. So they're very quick. But at higher levels, they are actually really freaking dangerous because the scaling for their attack, for their bite attack, much later on, you can actually find some that are in a level 70 area that will just straight up murder you. They are not easy to fight later on in the game. Let's not go too far in, alright? I heard things get a lot more dangerous deeper into these caverns. I think we found everything of value in these caves, Carmen. I guess you're right. When I get back to New Panavito, I'm going to beat down the guy who told me about this place. Nolan and his companions returned to Pedregal Springs to split the profits from their adventure. A total waste of time, Nolan. I don't think we should go on any more trips with that woman. Hey, Nolan. What's up, Brittany? It's Bridget. Didn't you ever learn to knock before barging into someone's home? I didn't think it was a big deal. After all, Nolan told me to come by when I finished selling off that gear. So, the pack we found had some odds and ends that I was able to sell off to that old scaver, and I fixed up the gun we found too. It's an older submachine gun model made by the Garen Military Institute. The guns they make tend to be pretty accurate from what I hear. So, which do you want, money or gun? Up to you, Zyfel. There's no wrong answer. She'll either give us volts or she'll give us the gun we found. Volts. We'll take the volts. Alright, then I get the gun. Here you go. Carmen handed over 1,000 volts. And this is all the volts you got from selling the gear we found. Well, sure. Minus the cost of the fuel to drive us out there and back, of course. Thanks, Carmen. See you around. No problem, Nolan. If I hear about any other spots to check out, I'll let you know. Carmen has left the party. I do not like her. I do not like her. Hope everything's going good for you. I've been making tons of volts lately. Same Brittany name. Same Brittany, same. You don't like Carmen? What's wrong with Carmen? That looks a little janky, but that's actually supposed to be that way. This is Neela's family's house. Remember the guy said he needed scrap metal to patch his roof? Yeah. So he patched the roof with scrap metal. There's a small bush in the way. Chop it down using the hooked axe? Yeah. It looks like there's something here. You got first aid kit, 4 apple ciders, and 2 used batteries. Nice. Oh, we gotta give Dude Man his mushroom. Here you go. Yep, this is exactly what I needed. Thanks a bunch. I should be able to package the first batch real soon. Several days go by. Hello again. The crop is looking great. Be sure to stop by the produce stand so you can buy a few of those mushrooms for the road. So now the cave mushrooms can be purchased from his wife at the little stand to the south. So as we progress through these, basically we're going out and finding very rare healing items that are like organic things, and then he'll start growing them. So instead of just using them as soon as we find them, we bring him one and then he can create more. The sun sure is bright today, huh? Hard to believe Marema used to be covered in rainforests. Back in those days, all sorts of rare medicinal herbs could be found growing wild in the forest. Too bad most of the forests were destroyed or blighted by Garen's attack. I wonder if those herbs even exist anymore. Tell you what, on the off chance you find any rare herbs growing in some forgotten grove, could you bring me some? I'd like to try to bring them back from the brink. Nope. So now we're looking out for medicinal herbs. See? Next tier up. How much money do we have? I'll go sell some stuff. We need to save the gravel dust. We can sell the nuclei. We could sell the... No, we gotta save the sharp fangs. Rubbery skin, bat wings. We gotta save all this stuff. We sell that. Momo's still asleep, like, on the front of my chair. And she just woke up and took, like, one step forward and, like, reached up like she was gonna climb off my leg and then just collapsed again. Poor thing. She's super tired from all the sleeping she's done today. So we got a good amount of money. Okay. Oh, don't go down there. Alright, so I think we're ready to start heading west to Kaluna. And everything we're fighting right now is resistant to water, so Stark will just chill without that for a bit. Much better. And of course we immediately get attacked by something that's weak against water. The fights are not supposed to be hard. I don't want you to spend a lot of time in battle. Most fights, including boss fights, should take less than 5 rounds. If you take more than 5 rounds to beat a boss, it's probably because you're going to lose and you're just taking a long time getting around to it. Because I have never been a big fan of the hour-long boss fight thing that they do in like Final Fantasy and stuff like that. It's either you win or you don't. Ooh, a giant spider. He's level 15. Because I'm in the forest. So when you see me shooting through these fights, just know that it's by design. I don't want the player to have to spend a ton of time fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting. I want them to just, the fights happen, we win, we go on, you know. FCP Bravo. Sorry, but this food isn't for sale to outsiders. Hey, got any junk you want me to buy? Well, not now. I just sold everything. Took the scrap metal. She won't sell me anything yet, but she'll buy stuff from me. I just got back from a good hunt. Took down a couple of giant spiders and a whole mess of lumva beetles. Quartermaster should be pretty pleased. Now playing In the Lair of the Chicken Griffin King by J.C. Brixton. Yeah, there are jukeboxes scattered throughout the game that if you activate them, they all have different songs, and they actually tell you the name of the song and the artist that made it. Because like I said before, these were all made for me by, you know, other artists that didn't know me from a hole in the wall but were willing to let me use their stuff. Forgotten Promises by Hiroki Kikuta. That's the guy I was saying earlier. He did the music for Secret of Mana, and actually several of the Mana games. And I'm so happy to have his music in my game. Yeah. So the sad music that plays in all the ruined villages that you run across, that's him. That's Hiroki. My favorite one from each box. I'm going to play Lurking Evil because you only hear Lurking Evil 3 times in the entire game. Lurking Evil by Darren Curtis. Sorry, but I can't talk right now. Hey, Scram, I'm busy right now, and don't try to take anything from those scrap piles either. Hello, are you new around here? The Trailblazers can always use new recruits, especially now. Welcome to FCP Bravo. I'm afraid there isn't much in the way of stuff to do here. They're swapping monster hunting tips. Yeah, I'm from Akoro Village. It's on the north end of Synesia Plains, so I've hunted plenty of shell beasts over the years. They can be nasty, but they're weak against bullets and fire, which are easy to come by. I never knew that. I wonder if that weird guy at the camp northwest of here would sell me his gun mod. They're swapping monster hunting tips. Anyway, so that's over. Stark's not a high enough level to pick locks just yet. Someone left this tablet on. There's a story about the Fide Defensor pulled up on the screen. To restore calm. While the Prime Minister maintains that he does not support the efforts of the insurgency, Garen claims that his public refusal to deploy the Fide Defensor has emboldened the terrorist group. All of the tablet stories can be strung together to be one news report. I can read them all out once we get to the end of the game. If I'm still playing it, I'll read them all out in order. Same thing with the purple book. All the purple books are part of the same blurb. So, oh, we didn't go into the other building. Oh, there's a note posted on the board. Yo, Butler, our weapon stocks are running low again. When you have the time, I'll need 25 wasp stingers. Ain't much money in it, but I'd really appreciate it. Yo, just what do you think you're doing here? Sorry, we were just taking a look around. We'll get out of your hair. So this guy does not want us around, and he needs 25 wasp stingers. He left a note for someone named Butler. There's something in the vent just out of reach. Remove the vent cover using the screwdriver. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Huh, these carvings look like tree hugger designs. Wonder how this got here. actually. Big brain time. Nah, that's not very useful. I'll give it to Bridget. This book is about the history of the Hunters Guild. It looked, but yeah, no, the dot dots are because it's like multiple things that track together. Read the marked page. While policing at the regional level in Alton has long been contracted to the Hunters Guild, a liaison from the Parliament's elite fighting force, the Fide Defensor, is assigned to each guild hall to ensure... Yeah. So you're actually learning... You're not just learning about one group, you're actually learning about multiple groups. So some of the books will tell you things about 2 or 3 different factions, and the game is keeping a running tally of all the little nodes of information you've picked up. And when you have enough, you just, as you talk to people, you learn things. So there wasn't a whole lot we could do here. We need to get 25 wasp stingers for this guy, but the one chick did say something about a guy to the northwest in a camp. She said something about him having a gun mod and maybe he'd sell it to her. So... It's an old generator. Boxes of food and other supplies, all ruined by exposure to the elements. Uh-oh. A picture of a middle-aged couple with 3 young children, all wearing Eastside Hurricanes jerseys. Oh no! A ragged, thread-worn teddy bear. While you decide if I should take it or not, I'm going to start reading. Kubler, sounds like things aren't going so great for you out there near Tecumlo. Sorry to hear it. I just got my camp set up yesterday, and things are going great. There were a bunch of death wasps around here when I arrived, but my IMI gun mods sent them packing. Probably going to spend the next few days clearing them out of the forest as well. Anyway, it's getting late. We'll give this to a courier next time I'm in New Panavento for supplies. Later, Ross. We are collecting haunted bears. I take it. Took the ragged teddy bear. This gun has seen better days, but it has a pretty nice barrel modification attached to it. You got pre-war handgun and the 6.9-11 Testify. An elemental bullet mod manufactured by Immaculate Military Industries, compatible with a variety of guns. So each of the bullet mods gives you slightly different stat boosts, but they each also unlock 3 elemental bullet skills. So this one will give me the ability to use Pyro, Cryo, and Electroshot. So I can now deal elemental and pierce damage with my gun. At this point, we are collecting haunted bears. Do it. We can check this. An ancient metal sign reads, Monolito Weapons Complex ahead. No unauthorized entry. Graffiti is painted on the sign. Well, let's read it. Dead handers for life. Murderers, death to the queen. Hey, Stark. It's a different mod. The one from the weird broke guy is a different mod. There are actually 3 different... There's actually a lot of gun mods, but the IMI gun mods, there are 3 different varieties of IMI gun mod, and there are 2 of each type. So the one that we got is Fire, Ice, and Lightning. The one he was trying to sell us is Holy, Dark, and Machine. So... If you don't mind, could you tell me why the Dead Handers are so angry about the Moraman army taking over this old dump? I mean, why do they still care? This old dump was our home. 20 years ago, the Moraman army rolled up without so much as a hello and ordered us all out so they could reclaim it. I heard that the army wanted to get the factories working again, but when they got here, the Dead Handers ambushed them. Nolan, bro, you really believe every lie the royal family tells you? What were they going to do with a 100-year-old factory in a box canyon in the Deadlands? They were never going to get this place up and running again. It was all a ruse to let them run us off. The royal family has had it out for D-types for centuries. Ah. Oh, look. It's sweet, sweet green grass. Yay. Off in the distance, you spy a tree hugger settlement. Let's not. Alright, Zyfel, where are we going? We're not going to go fight tree huggers yet, though, because they will stomp us. North or south? Yeah. We can go north or we can go south. Heads. I did it. It's heads. South. Okay. Please keep moving. We need to keep our eyes on the road in case any tree huggers decide to attack. Please don't dawdle near the gates. Either head into the admin building if you have questions, or proceed along the road to Kaluna. Nice. Hello, want to buy some supplies before heading into the Deadlands? Or, if you need to catch some Z's, I could let you take a rest in the back of the truck. Sell that, sell that, sell that. East checkpoint. Is there something you need? We're just a small outpost. The main office is on the other side of the tunnel. I'm sorry, but that's a restricted area. Better not push it. Nothing interesting posted right now. It's fake. It costs money. It's basically just an inn. Whoa, really? Okay. How about 250 volts? Sounds good. You think she's going to start it up and just drive? Hey, you. Come here. Maybe in a future game. Papers, please. Sorry, I don't have mine on me. No papers? Sorry, but if you don't have your paperwork, you can't use the road. You can have replacements mailed to you from the Vital Records office in Kaluna. Usually takes about 4 to 6 months. They've been short-handed lately. Nolan, what did you do with your passport? I'm not sure. I thought I had it, but when we got up to the gate, I realized it was gone. Well, we certainly can't wait around for 6 months while they send you a new one. Is there no other way to reach the city? Well, I guess we could try the mountain road, but I hear it's pretty dangerous. You do realize that's tree hugger territory, right? Another thing is there's actually flavor text that will pop up based on who you've unlocked. So we're getting a little extra flavor text because Stark is here. VoltAge generous with a ton of wrong paths. You do realize that's tree hugger territory, right? As soon as we're south of the road, they'll be tracking us. I ain't trying to end up as a tree ornament. Six months? No way we can wait that long. All right. So we gotta venture into tree hugger territory after all. Ah! Alrighty. Oof. Level 25 enemies. I thought you would get... I still love that. I thought you would get kidnapped. Aw, darn. We can fight a couple more battles around here. Maybe we'll get some tree huggers. So as you can see, Stark's magic just really doesn't do a whole lot. It doesn't really cut it. Oh, there we go. There's the pain we've been looking for. Yeah, it does. Steel. Oof. This is why there's an inn right next to the area, by the way, in case you were wondering, Zyfel. These fights are actually harder than the ones on the mountain trail because that's just how the world works. So. Oof. No, Bridget. Alright, we gotta stop dicking around and actually fight these guys now. Our boy Stark has been inflicted with nausea because if you are not a C-type or Gregory... Oh, what's the matter? My kitten just woke up. Bursts, the radiation bursts, most of the bursts can actually cause radiation sickness. It's like a thing that's built into the game to keep the player from just spamming heal in every boss fight. Basically, the game has a chance to punish you if all you do is just heal, 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 heal over and over. Hey, honey. Which is a little sadistic, but, you know, such is life. You think steel will work this time? Let's try. Free moment. Oh, you were right. Holy shit. Hey, honey. What are you doing? She's still asleep. Her eyes are closed. She doesn't know what's going on. Oh, we got a full set of drops, though. Don't fall. Don't fall, kitten. I have to get to the road where it's safe. Alrighty. Z's. Sounds good. Yeah, she's, I know, you're very sleepy. So what we got from them is actually pretty good. Um, Hide armor, it slows you down, but it gives you good defense, and it actually boosts your mental focus and your mental resistance, and it has a built-in secret thing as well that all Tree Hugger armor has. So we're going to put all that on Nolan. And then... So this will lower his attack by 15, his agility by 14, and his luck by 15. But his focus, resist, and defense will go up, which are not things we need. Yeah, I mean, it is magic, but we don't have magic in the game. We have kinesis, so it's mental, basically. It's mental focus and mental resist. But it functions exactly the same, and there's times I made the damn game and I'll slip up and call it magic resist. So, but the other thing that the Tree Hugger stuff has, which is hidden, is if you look over here, my HP and MP regen, I now regenerate 4% of my max HP and max. It says MP, it needs to say AP. That's another thing I need to fix. Hang on. I just noticed that. Honey, I can't hold you and write. I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you, kitten. Thank you for your help. Who knows where I'd be without you, Momo? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, yeah. So we're gonna get a little bit of HP and AP back as we advance through the game. I don't know why that says MP and not AP. I thought I'd fixed that before, but apparently not. So, well, it has been about 4 hours. It's 11:30 now, and I am losing my voice. So I'm thinking I'm going to call it here. And I don't know if I'm going to keep playing right away. This might be something that I do like every 100 followers I get or something. I'll do an episode. I don't know yet. Every 50 followers, something like that. I don't know. Maybe I will. Zyfel seemed to enjoy it at least, so maybe I'll come back and this can be my Saturday evening game for a while. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how I feel this time next week. So, but I appreciate you once again, as always, Zyfel, for coming in and keeping me company for so long. I love having you here. You ask questions, you hang out, you chat with everybody. You're awesome. I will check and see the next time you are streaming. I'll check you out. For me, I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow or Monday. My next scheduled day is Tuesday, which will be... It's supposed to be The Last Remnant, but I've been doing a lot of The Last Remnant lately, so it might end up being a different RPG. I haven't decided yet. Maybe I could do more of this on Tuesday. I don't know. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see. It'll be some sort of adventure or RPG game that I do on Tuesday. It'll be a short one. It'll only be like 2 or 3 hour stream, but yeah. Tomorrow I got to do stuff around the house, and I'm gonna be recording some videos for my YouTube. So if you want to see more stuff, if you're ever feeling the itch and I'm not on, you can always check out my YouTube page. I got about 55 indie game reviews that I've done. Most are good. There's a few bad ones mixed in there where you'll see me get a little frustrated. And then basically everything that I've ever recorded on Twitch that's no longer on Twitch is on there as well. And I've even got a few old videos from my Dark Souls days that I recorded on the PS4, and they're like montage videos and things that I did. So yeah, definitely check it all out. Definitely I will keep an eye out. If I'm working and I see you online or something, I'll hang out for a little bit and say hey, or if I see you streaming on a night when I'm not streaming, I'll pop in. But you're awesome. Yeah, she's purring right now, but she's also mostly asleep. She's like, shush, just shush, daddy, shush. What? I love you too. Thank you. Yeah, this is one of mine. We have 6 cats, but really, I have 2 cats, and then we share a cat, and the other 3 are Calreas because they all like her better. But this one right here is one of my cats. She's my baby. We actually were done with cats before we started fostering her and her siblings, and I just basically was like, well, just so you know, Momo's staying, so I gotta put stuff in your ears, honey. I gotta put eardrops. You're gonna get eardrops, and it's gonna wake you up and make you angry. Anyway, I'm getting off topic, so thank you everybody, as always, for watching. One more time, thank you to Zyfel for being such an awesome person in general. Thank you to Divide by Zero for coming in and hanging out. Thank you to VoltAge for coming in and hanging out. You guys both rock. Thank you to Calrea for being my moderator, even though I know you're probably asleep with your mouth open in the other room right now, but that's okay. That can be a secret between me, you, and the rest of the world. And yeah, as I said, I will be back at it again on Tuesday with some sort of adventure or RPG game. So until then, stay healthy, stay safe out there, y'all. Later.